Hey everyone, PortExe here with the new tutorial series, and in this series we're going to be actually creating and deploying a chat application completely from scratch. Now this is going to be a big one because we're going to be going all the way through the entire development lifecycle, all the way from the architectural planning side of things, all the way to deploying this to a production environment. Now the format of this is going to be similar to my previous courses where we break this down into a bunch of smaller videos and each video is a piece of functionality of the app. But at the beginning of each one of these videos, I'm actually going to have an overview of what we're going to be doing throughout that particular video so that you can be primed and ready to understand it as we get to it. Now I'm about to demo what it is we're about to be making, but first I'd really love it if you go and you hit the like button and you subscribe if you haven't already, because it really helps me out, but also it's going to help you out because you're going to know when the new videos come out. So go ahead and do that really quick, and while you do that, I'm gonna go ahead and get the demo ready. All right, great, so let's go ahead and show you what it is we're gonna be making throughout this course. Now, as you can see, I have two browser windows open. On the left, I'm gonna log in as one user, and on the right, I'm gonna log in as a separate user. And if you don't have an account, you can sign up, but I'm not gonna do that because I've already got two accounts ready to go. So I'm gonna log in on the left, and on the right, I'm gonna log in as a separate user. And let's talk about what it is we're looking at. In order to do that, I'm gonna focus just on the left window for now. Now on the right side of the left window, this is where the chat's going to be. But since we don't have one selected yet, it's telling us to select one. So let's take a look on the left side here. At the top, we have sort of a header. And in this header, we have our avatar, our username, and a sign out button. Below that, we have a list of chats that we're involved with. And at the bottom, we have this create chat button. Now let's take a look at the top here. So we can actually change our avatar, and by clicking that, I can actually come in here and change my avatar. And I'll be able to move around and select exactly which piece of the avatar I want to select. I'm going to change it to this and upload it. And as you can see now, my avatar has updated. Now if I refresh on the right side, you can see that it updates here as well. Now I'm going to select a chat, and I'm going to select the same chat on the right side as well so that we can see the conversation happen between these two users. Now on the left side, I'm test user, but you can see that it shows the person I'm talking to's username here, which is ZACKAZT, and vice versa on the right side. So I'm going to say something like, hello, how are you? And you can see it pop up on both sides, and I'm going to respond on this side, pretty good. And it seems to work just pretty good, just like a normal chat application. And you can actually send attachments as well. I'll demo that. I'll send my little logo thing, and it lets you send images. Sweet. So that's awesome. Now you can actually do group chats as well. And when you have group chats, you get a little bit of a different icon, and you can see all the messages we've sent back and forth. And you can create new chats. So I've created this new chat. It's empty, so it doesn't have anybody in here, and I can add users. So let's go ahead and add PortExe. He's a user. I'm not logged in as him right now, but as you can see, it says no messages yet, but we get the username. And since PortExe does not have an avatar uploaded, we've created a default with the first letter of their username inside of this little circle here, so you can kind of distinguish them. But as soon as they upload an avatar, it will have their actual avatar here. I can just send a message just to show that it pops up, and you can see the latest message here. Cool, so now that you know what we're gonna be building and you've seen it, I want you to take a few moments to pause this video and think yourself, how would you approach this app? How would you approach each individual piece of this app? How would you imagine the architecture of this thing coming to life? I want you to do that, and then I want you to resume the video after you've done that so we can talk about how we're going to approach it. And I'm also gonna be talking about some of the prerequisites and some of the tools we're going to be using throughout this course. All right, so let's take a moment to talk about what we're going to be doing throughout this series. So we can really break this entire project down into three parts. There's setting up the accounts, initializing the project, installing all the dependencies, all that good stuff. We can call that just setup. Then there's actually building the app out feature by feature, aka writing all of the code, getting this thing actually working. And then finally, we're going to be deploying this app to Vercel. And there are other options, but Vercel, in my opinion, is my personal favorite for deploying apps like this. So we'll go more into that a little bit later so that you can understand why we're choosing Vercel and all that good stuff. But yeah, at the bottom here, you can see it says complete development lifecycle. That's because we are going to be going through the entire development lifecycle. Prerequisites. So this is an intermediate level tutorial, in my opinion. You should have a bit of HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and React experience. Now I have a beginner React tutorial And I also have a video that is called something like how React apps work under the hood. And that kind of talks about the Create React app ecosystem and how it all kind of comes together. Those are great prerequisites, and the links to those 2 videos are in the description. And also, there is another video down there in the description that I highly recommend if you don't already know React hooks, that will give you a 6-minute intro into how they work, and that's all you need for this tutorial series. You just need a quick introduction into how the basics of these things work. So I highly recommend you check out those 3 videos. If you already understand all this stuff, obviously you can completely bypass those videos. But even if you don't, even though this is an intermediate level tutorial, I personally would recommend you still follow along. And this is because when I was first learning, I was taking intermediate and advanced courses, even when I was a beginner, and it was kind of like diving headfirst and just getting my hands dirty, and just it really helped me understand the concepts better in the long term. So we're not going to be writing any CSS in this because I've written all of the CSS for you. I don't want to focus on the styling. I want to focus on React and the JavaScript side of things. So all we're going to be doing is writing the React code, and we're going to be adding class names to the JSX elements. And the class names correspond to classes that I've already written in CSS. So if you're interested in how all the CSS works, let me know. That could be a completely separate tutorial, but I don't want to focus on CSS at all really in this video. So how does the architecture of this thing look? Well, it's going to be a create React app, initialized React application. I'm using the latest version as of December 18th. And you aren't going to be using create React app to create the React application because I've got some boilerplate. And so you're going to be going to GitHub and cloning the repository there, the initial just like bare bones application. And it really is just a create React app, initialized app with just a tiny bit of boilerplate code so that we don't have to spend like an hour writing all of this small stuff. And don't worry, I will explain each of the things that I added. So none of this will be magic to you. You'll understand it all. We're going to be using Formik for forms, which is an amazingly popular library. This is pretty much the standard for React. If you're going to be writing production ready forms, Formik is the way to go. You're going to love it. It's super elegant, super easy to understand. I love it. It's great. So we're going to use the Vercel CLI. Now, Vercel is the platform we're going to be deploying this app to. And the Vercel CLI is a tool that lets us do all kinds of cool stuff. And one of the great things it allows us to do is run our project locally and kind of emulate our production environment. And one of the things that Vercel offers us is something called serverless functions, which allows us to write Node.js, basically like backend code, but in the form of just a simple function inside of an API folder that we can create and put inside of our app. It will automatically find these functions, create a server environment on the fly, and like basically create a server for us just based off of this function. You'll understand more about that in a minute, but I think it's an amazing feature that Vercel offers, and we would want to be able to make sure that we can run this locally so that we can test it and make sure it's all working. So the Vercel CLI is going to be for that, but it's also going to be later on when we integrate it for our environment variables and that sort of thing. So Semantic UI is a UI library, and we're going to be using that for icons and UI components. Just a few UI components, but it's really great to use a UI library when you don't want to write all of this code. Like, they've already done it for you, so why would you reinvent the wheel on these things? So especially for icons, we're going to need at least an icon library. But since it already handles a lot of the things we're going to be needing in terms of UI components, we're going to use Semantic UI for that. Now, I've used other UI libraries in the past, such as Material UI and other ones, but in my opinion, Semantic UI is my favorite right now. So this is the one we're going to be using. Feel free to use any UI library you want. So we're going to use Context API for shared state instead of Redux. Context API is built into React. We don't have to install any external dependencies, and it's really convenient. I think it's a super clean way to share state among components. So as I said earlier, we're going to be using hooks, but we're going to be using hooks and function components throughout the entire thing. So no class components at all. I think that's the future of React. I think that's a cleaner and better way to approach React in general. And I think that's the way the majority of people are moving towards anyway. So hooks and function components so we can use the latest and greatest. Firebase for auth, storage, and the database. So we are going to be allowing users to log in and create accounts, obviously. So Firebase will handle the authentication for that. And also we're going to need to be uploading images for the avatars like you saw. So we're going to use Firebase storage for that. And we're also going to need to store certain data about the user, such as the URL to their avatar and their username. And we're going to use Firestore for that. So that's kind of the database side of things. Finally, we're going to use Chatengine IO for all the chatty stuff. And what I mean by that is the actual engine that powers the chat functionality. We're going to use Chatengine IO for that. And Chatengine IO is relatively new, and I have used it for this project. It does everything that I needed it to do. I've done a previous chat tutorial using, I don't remember exactly what API I used, but I wanted to use a different API, and Chatengine IO is a new up and coming API that I thought was really neat. Now you got to keep in mind as we go throughout this tutorial series, since it is so new, it might change a little bit in the future. So if that's the case, make sure you go to their documentation and see what breaking changes might have been made, and always feel free to reach out if something isn't working properly. So all of the code is on GitHub. The finished code is the master branch, and each one of the videos will actually have its own branch as well. So as you can see here, every single one of these branches represents a video in this course. So you can always be able to start the video and see the code the way that it's going to be by the end of that video. So I hope that's really helpful for you. And that's about it. So I hope you guys are ready to get started. All right, welcome to part one. What are we gonna be doing in part one? Well, we're gonna be focusing really on the setup here. So we're not gonna be writing much, if any, code at all in this one. We're gonna be setting everything up so that we can start coding this app out. So we're gonna need some accounts in order to get started on this. As we talked about in the introduction, we're gonna be using Firebase, Vercel, and Chatengine. So we're gonna need to create accounts there. But don't worry, these are all completely free without any payment information needed whatsoever. So we're gonna also need to clone the repository with all the boilerplate that I was talking about. Again, it's just a create React app with a little bit of boilerplate that I'll talk about. It's got the CSS and some prettier and some dependencies already written in it. So all you have to do is npm install. You don't have to actually go in and install all this stuff manually. So with Firebase, we're gonna set up auth and Firestore in the dashboard. We're gonna create a auth user manually, and we're going to insert our first Firestore document manually as well, all within the dashboard. And we're going to initialize the Firebase code within our project so that we can use Firebase throughout our app. Now, Chatengine is a cool little app, a cool little service that is gonna allow us to do a lot of chat stuff. It's gonna make it super easy for us to do a bunch of chat stuff. And again, you'll understand what I mean by that as we begin to integrate it into our application, but we're gonna have to sign up and we're gonna have to create our first user and chat manually within the dashboard because we don't have any code yet that's gonna be able to do this for us. So we have to do it manually in the dashboard first. And then again, Vercel. So we're just gonna sign up and that's all for now, just so we can have an account so we can associate our project with it later. We can go ahead and knock that out. So let's go ahead and get started on all this. All right, so the first thing you're gonna need to go ahead and do is go to firebase.google.com. Go ahead and sign up. If you already have a Google account, it's super easy. And once you've signed up, go ahead and go over here to the top right corner and click Go to Console. Here, I'll zoom in a little bit so that you can see everything nice and clear. So click Go to Console. It's gonna bring you to your Firebase console. And this is where you're gonna create your first project. So go ahead and click Create a Project. And I'm gonna name mine Chat Tutorial. And I have to accept the Firebase terms. Click Continue. I'm gonna disable the analytics for this project because it's just a tutorial and I don't need all that. Create project. Now let this go ahead and build your project out. It should only take 30 seconds, something like that. So go ahead and wait for that. And now that that is done, go ahead and click Continue. And now you're officially within your project's dashboard. Now let's take a look at what we have over here. So I'm gonna click Project Overview, and as you can see, that's where we're already at, so that didn't help much, but you can see this little authentication tab right here. Go ahead and click into that. And now that I've clicked into that, you can see the different pieces over here on the left that we'll be integrating with. Again, I'll zoom in. And as I said in the first video, we're gonna be using authentication. We're gonna use Cloud Firestore for our database, and we're gonna use storage to upload our images, specifically our avatars. Chatengine IO is going to handle sending images to the other users in the chats, but in order for us to have avatars, we're going to want to upload those ourselves and handle that ourselves. So let's start with authentication. Make sure you have authentication selected over here and click Get Started. The first thing we need to do is enable email and password authentication. So click Enable here. You can leave this disabled and click Save. And now we've officially allowed our users to be able to sign up for an account via email and password. There's other options like Google and Facebook and Twitter login, GitHub, all that good stuff. But for this tutorial, we're just going to do email and password. So we need to go ahead and create our first user manually. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to use my email and I'm going to create a password. You're going to want to use your email and create a password of your own. So I'm going to enter in my email and enter in a password and click Add User. And now we have a new user that can log in via Firebase for this application. And as you can see right here, there's this user ID. We're actually going to use this in order to basically link our user's object, our login auth object, to a Firestore document. So a little bit more on that later, but let's go ahead and create our first Firestore document now. So on the left, click Cloud Firestore. And then right here, click Create Database. Now let's go ahead and come down here to Start in Test Mode and click Next. Now this is saying once you set your Firestore location, you cannot change it later. So I would just choose wherever it's closest to you. For me, US Central is the closest location, and that will make sure that we have the fastest connection speed, basically the shortest distance for the signals to travel. So I'm gonna click Enable. And once that's complete, you'll be presented with this kind of interesting little UI here. It's gonna allow us to create entries for our database. So let's start by creating our first chat user. So click Start Collection. And just keep in mind, we're gonna be doing all of this programmatically later, but we don't have any code yet. So we wanna go ahead and just get everything initialized in the dashboard. So this collection ID is gonna be chat users with a capital U. Click Next. Now for the document ID, we actually want to paste in our user's ID that we had in the authentication window, if you remember. I copied our user ID and now I'm pasting it in as the document ID. So it's effectively linked now. I can figure out which document belongs to a given auth user. Now there's two fields that we want to store for any given user. We want to store a avatar URL, so the URL to their avatar image, which in the beginning is literally just going to be an empty string because it doesn't exist yet. They haven't uploaded an avatar yet. So just leave the value empty and make sure that the type is string and the field name is avatar. The second thing that we want to store for any given user is a username. So type in username, and I'm actually going to give it a capital N just to distinguish it from Chatengine's username. You'll see when we get into code. But for now, we're just going to do this. And again, we want to have an empty string for now. We're going to come back after we create the user in Chatengine and fill this in. And when we have our code, we're going to fill this in programmatically. But again, for now, we don't have that code. So just go ahead and leave both of these blank, but go ahead and create the fields and click Save. And now you can see we have this document here under Chat Users Collection with an empty string for both avatar and username. So let's go ahead and hop over to Chatengine to create our user there, and then we can come back and add the username here. All right, cool. Step 2, let's go to chatengine.io. And once you're here, you're gonna wanna go ahead and sign up for an account. I've already got an account, so I'm just simply gonna log in really quick. And once you're signed up and you've logged in, you're gonna wanna create a new project. I've already got one, it's called Chat Tutorial. But for this, for the sake of this tutorial, I'm gonna create a new one. I'm gonna call it Chat Tutorial 2, I guess. And I'm gonna click Get Started on that. And once I've created that, you can see I've been brought to this dashboard where I can create users, I can create chats, and I can delete the entire project if I want to. Here we have a project ID and a private key. This private key, you do not want to let anybody see this. I'm letting you see it because this is for a tutorial and I'm going to delete this later. But this is a secret. You don't want anybody to see this. So we'll get more into that a little bit later. This is one of the reasons why we're going to have a serverless function so that this private key does not end up inside of the client whatsoever. So the first thing we want to do is create our first user, okay? So let's go ahead and create a new user. Now, you'll have 3 inputs: username, secret, and confirm secret. For the username, go ahead and write in whatever username you want. I'm gonna put in port.exe. Now, the secret is gonna be our ID, because again, we want to make sure that we have an ability to link all of these things. So there has to be some sort of common key between all of these elements so that we can have some sort of way to access and individualize each piece of data. And for that, we're gonna use, again, that authentication ID. So copy that from Firebase, come over here and paste that in as the secret, and go ahead and paste that in under confirm secret as well, and click create person. And now we have created our first user within Chatengine. So we can go back over to our chat tutorial Firebase project, go in here to our user under the documents here, go into our username and put in the username you just created for the user in Chatengine, which is port.exe. Click update, and now we should be good here, and we don't need this Firebase window anymore right now. Actually, we will go ahead and keep that open. We'll come back to this in a minute. But before we get rid of the Chatengine window, I want to create a new chat. And I don't know if, let's see what happens. If we create a new chat, we're going to need to create a chat title, which I'm just going to put as test. And we're going to need to set an admin, which is just simply the username of the person who's created this chat. And in my case, I'm going to say port.exe because I'm the only user right now anyway, right? So I'm going to click create chat. So I'm going to want to create a new chat, and I'll click the new chat button here, and I'm just going to name this test. The admin is the person who creates the chat. And again, we're going to put this all in code later, but for now we just need to do this in the dashboard so we can have stuff to work with. I'm going to put port.exe, it's our only user anyway. So I'll create the chat where the admin is port.exe. And now we have a chat, a user within Chatengine. We've associated it with our Firebase setup, and we are good to go with Chatengine for now. Cool, so now that we've got all of that, we are going to want to come over to this gear icon in the Firebase dashboard and go to project settings. If you scroll down, we need to create a new app for our project. And this is a web app, so click the little thing that looks like HTML brackets. Now I'm gonna name this chat web app. And I'm gonna not check this because we're actually gonna host this on Vercel, so register app. And now here we are left with this this code that we're gonna use inside of our project to initialize our Firebase so that we can use Firebase within our application programmatically. We're not gonna copy this right now, but keep this handy. What I like to do is go over to the tab, right click and click pin, just so I can have it ready when I need it, because we're gonna need it shortly, but we actually are gonna have to go to the GitHub and clone the repository first to get the code ready. So let's do that. Cool, so in the description, you're gonna find a link to the GitHub. Go ahead and click that and you'll see that you are at the React Chatengine demo repository. This says private, but it'll be public by the time you are seeing this video. So what we want to do is make sure that we're on this repository, go over here to where it says code, and then you'll see here, there's this URL. Go ahead and copy that. Now, in whichever terminal you're using, if you're using Mac, obviously you're using terminal. If you're using Windows, you're in the command line of whatever operating system you're using. Make sure that you go to the directory that you want your project to be located at. In my case, I'm here in workstation code tutorials. And you're gonna want to run the following code in order to clone the repository. It's very simple. If you don't already have Git installed, make sure you have Git installed. That is a definite prerequisite to this. Go ahead and make sure that Git is installed. Obviously, you're gonna need Node.js and all of that as well. I'll put links in the description in case you don't have that stuff installed, but hopefully you do by this point. So let's go ahead and say git clone, and then paste in that URL that we just copied. Click enter, and it's going to clone all of the code to our machine. And now I can actually cd into that. It's react-chatengine-demo. Go ahead and change directories into there, and I'm gonna ls and look inside of here, and you can see that all the code is in fact there. Now I want to go ahead and type in code dot, which you might not be using VS Code and you might not have this shortcut, so you may just want to open it in your VS Code or your code editor, but I'm going to type this in. It's going to open VS Code for me. So go ahead and open up the project in your code editor of choice. Now, before we go through this and talk about all these files, we need to change branches because this is the finished code and we don't want to look at the finished code. We actually want to be on our branch 01 init, and that is going to be the code that we're going to start off from. So we need to go to that branch specifically. So let's go ahead and go back to our terminal here and say git checkout 01 underscore init. And now we are on the proper branch. So if I go back to my code editor, we can see that, all of those files that were there are gone and we're just left with the plain project here. So let's talk about this. It is a normal create React app, basic just layout, but we've added a few things. Let's start in the package.json. And notice that I've added some dependencies. I've added Axios, I've added Firebase, Formik, and we've added a yup, which is what we're going to use for our validations. We've got some semantic UI stuff and React Chatengine, React Avatar Editor. This is going to be the dependencies that we're using in order to do some of the stuff that we're going to be doing throughout the project. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is while you're inside of the directory React Chatengine demo, you want to go ahead and run npm install. And again, if you don't have npm, if you don't have Node.js or any of this stuff installed, you need to go ahead and go install all of that stuff first before we move forward. But I'm going to assume you've already done that. So go ahead and let this install. It'll take a minute or two. Awesome, it has finished. So I'm going to just clear out my console and get rid of that terminal window for now. Now that we've got all of our npm modules installed, we can see that there's a node modules folder with all of those in there. Great. Now what I want to do is I just want to quickly make sure that everything is running properly. So I'm going to run npm start and let this boot up really quick. So go ahead and do that. Make sure that yours pops open a window here. And we should see in just a minute a working create React app. In fact, it's working fine on my end. It just says hello from port exe. And that's what I would expect here because inside of my components app.js folder, I'm just rendering hello from port exe. So this is working as expected so far. So far, so good. If yours is not, then go back and make sure you've followed all the steps properly. And I'm going to go ahead and continue from here. So what I want to do to start off with is just run through the files and make sure that you have a good understanding of everything that is in this application. All right, to start off with, let's go inside the public folder. We have a index.html file, which is where our entire application is going to end up being injected into. Right here, this root div. Our entire app is going to end up being compiled and then injected into this root div here. And of course, you can see that by right-clicking inside of here and seeing that we have this div with an ID of root, and our application was actually injected inside of this root. And of course, in a full-scale application, there's going to be a lot more than just a string in there. You're going to have the entire app. But yeah, so that's where the app is going to end up. And you can see inside of the index.js file that the React DOM.render is actually taking all of your JSX, compiling it down. You can see our app component. And then the second argument here is document.getElementById root. That's that element I just showed you a second ago. It's basically saying, hey, take all of that stuff and throw it inside of this div. Cool. So that is kind of how that's working. Now let's take a look at some other stuff. We have a prettier RC file. Now this is what I'm going to be using to force certain JavaScript formatting rules that makes the code look pretty. And if you go into your file, if you're using VS Code, if you're not, you can ignore this part. Go to Preferences, Settings, and I'm going to go into my my workspace here, my workspace settings, and type in Format. And you can see that there's a default formatter option. I'm gonna open this up and click on esbenp.prettier VS Code. If you don't have that, that's fine. This is just how I'm gonna be doing it, but I do recommend you use the same options as me. And then underneath there, you can also see format on save. I'm gonna click that as well, so that every time I save the file, it's gonna automatically prettify my file so that it always stays nice and pretty. Then I'm gonna erase format here and type in prettier. And you can see that there is a config path that I need to configure in order to make sure that it knows where my prettier RC file is, so it can get the config that I have written inside of this file, which is just dot /, so the directory that we're in, and then the name of the file, which is prettier RC. And then just make sure that that's saved and click X on that, and I'm all set up for my prettier file to be loaded in with VS Code. We have a jsconfig.json file, and this just contains one option, which is our base URL. And this is gonna allow us to do imports without having to do the like dot / relative path names. We can actually import files in a much cleaner way, and I'll show you as we get into that later, but just understand that's all this is doing right now. It's just a configuration file that is loaded in that says, hey, our base URL is our source folder. And that is pretty much it for the boilerplate code that I've added, other than, of course, like I was saying, the CSS. I've written a ton of CSS for the project, that's all in here. And finally, if we go inside of the components folder, I've created a app folder with an index.js file that exports the app so that we can import it like this instead of having to do components/app. Okay, that is pretty much the overview of the React application as it stands right now. Okay, so now that we've got, Firebase and all that set up as well, I want to quickly add our Firebase initialization code into our project. And I want to show that it's working. Now, what I want to do is I want to create an environment variable file where we're going to put some environment variables that's going to hold our Firebase project config. Now, later on, we're going to get rid of this environment variable file, and we're going to put our environment variables inside of Vercel. But for now, I want to go ahead and just do this. So we're going to create a new file inside of our project with a .env. That's going to be the name of the file, .env. I want you to create that file, and we're going to go back to our dashboard, and each of these is going to be an environment variable of its own. So I'll show you what I mean by that. I'm going to copy the first line here, and I better just keep these both on the same screen, or on the screen at the same time, because we're going to be copying back and forth a lot. We're going to paste the first one in here. Now, the naming convention for React app environment variables, the way that they're loaded in when we're using create React app, is we want to make sure that we append the name of the variable with React _app, and then the name of the variable, which is going to be API_key. So we're going to name it React app API key. Now I need to get rid of the quotes here because we don't need quotes for environment variables here. And instead of a colon, we're going to put an equal sign. So really what it is we're saying React app API key equals, and then the value. And we need to do that for each and every single one of these. So it's going to take you a minute. Go ahead and pause it and knock this out. It should only take you a few minutes. Go ahead and do that. And I'm going to do that while you do it, but I'm going to fast forward it. Okay, so now that I've completed that, make sure you have a total of 6 of these. So you'll make sure that you have 6 lines of code, and make sure that you don't have any typos. It's super important. I have one right here. So instead of fomain, it needs to be domain. Just make sure you don't have any typos in here. Just give it a second look, make sure you're good to go. And when you are, just save that and you can close it and not worry about it again for a while. So in order to initialize our Firebase code inside of our React application, we are actually going to want to create a service that's going to be able to it's going to export some Firebase functionality for us that can be shared across the entire app without us initializing it multiple times. So I'll show you what I mean by that. In your source folder, create a new folder called service. Oops. And inside of here is where we're going to put a file called firebase.js. and a index.js file. And the index.js file is just simply going to export everything from firebase.js. So just make sure in here you put export * from ./firebase, just like this. And then we can go inside of our Firebase folder and actually put in the code, which is going to be this code right here. I'm going to full screen this now. And I'm going to go through this and explain exactly what's going on, but I need you to type all this in. But basically, we need to import Firebase from Firebase/app, and this has to be the very first line in this file. It has to be. You have to import that before you import these three things right here. But once you've imported all this, we're going to add in a try catch block. And we need to, inside of the try block, we're going to say Firebase.initialize app, and we're going to take the items that we have, the same ones here that we have right here, and we're going to add them here. Now notice there's 7 here, but only 6 on the other side. And specifically, we're missing the database URL. Okay, so it looks like we might actually not need this database URL. So for now, I'm just gonna get rid of it in my .env file. And actually I don't have it there obviously, but I'm gonna get rid of it here. So line 10 here, I'm just gonna delete this entirely. We don't need that. So that can just go away. But we do need the API key, auth domain, project ID, and these three. Make sure that you set it equal to process.env dot, and then the name of the env var that's associated with it in here, okay? So once you've got all of that, you can add your catch, and then what we're doing here is we're exporting an object called FB, which is just short for Firebase. There's 3 pieces of this. There's auth, storage, and firestore. And all we're doing is we're creating an instance of auth, an instance of storage, and an instance of firestore, and exporting them all as one object so they can be shared across the app. Don't worry too much about the technical aspects of this, but just understand that this is a way to share the same instances throughout the entire application without having to initialize it each time we want to use it in different components. So let's take a look at how we would access our database. If you remember, inside of our firestore, we actually added, it's glitching on me, hold on. We actually added a single entry already, a single chat user. Let's see if we can log this guy. Let's see if we can actually log it. So what I want to do is go to my app component, and I'm going to write some code in here that will log it. And this will basically just prove to me that I've initialized my Firebase code correctly, and that way I can feel a little bit better moving forward, that at least we've gotten that and done that correctly. So in order to do that, I'm gonna get rid of this right here and add in some curly braces so that we can actually add in some function code. And I'll continue to return hello from port exe. Oh man. So I'll continue to return this, and I can just save it and make sure that it's still running properly. Go to localhost 3000, still running good. So no errors yet that I can see. Now above this, we are going to want to write a effect, which is a hook in React. Again, hopefully you have a little basic understanding of React hooks by now, but we need to import the useEffect hook. So we need to import useEffect from React. And now we can use useEffect. useEffect. And all we're going to want to do in this effect for now is when the component initializes, we want to do a call to Firebase and grab the user where the username is equal to port exe and just log it to make sure that Firebase is working properly. So we can do FB. Make sure you import Firebase FB from service. That's that object we just created from our service. So import that. And we're going to want to use the the firestore key on that particular object. So if we go back to it, I can show you specifically fb.firestore is this line right here. So we're just accessing that instance of Firestore. And we want to use the collection method. The collection was chat users. And if we go, I can show you, that was the collection name right here. Now, in order to get this particular document, we're going to use a query. So let's do that. We want to say .where username, and then the second argument is 2 equal signs. And then the third argument is the name, the username that we want to find, which is port exe. And we're going to call get on that, which returns a promise. So we can call then, and the result of that promise is it's like a snapshot. So we can say const users, all the users that it finds, is going to be equal to res.docs, because there might be multiple. Forgot my little equal sign here. There might be multiple since we're doing a query. There could be multiple. In our case, there's definitely not. So since we know there's not, we can just access the first item in that array and say !.data. And let me just say that !.dot is optional chaining in JavaScript. It's a relatively new feature that just says if this doesn't exist, if this array doesn't have any items in it, for example, it's not going to break when it tries to access the 0th element or the data function of that item, okay? So this is just optional chaining. I've got a video on that if you want to look at that and understand that a little bit better. But all we're saying here is users. Actually, I don't even need to call this users. I should just call it user because it's the first user in this array. We're grabbing the user that we find with the port.exe username. And then all we want to do is simply log that. So I'm going to save that. My prettier formatter just automatically formatted that for me. And let's take a look at what is being logged here in the console when I refresh. So here we actually have an error, and that's because we created this env var, this env file with all the envars in it, but in order to load that into the app, I need to restart my server. So I'm closing out my server and I'm running npm start now just to reboot everything up and make sure that the env vars are loaded in. And while that boots up, I'm getting my console ready. And as you can see, it successfully logs the Firebase object with the username port.exe and an avatar as an empty string. We know that that data is correct, so we can assume that Firebase has indeed been initialized correctly. All right, and finally, what we want to just make sure you go ahead and do is create an account here at Vercel. So just go to vercel.com and /login and go ahead and create an account here. I've already got an account, so I'm just going to continue with GitHub. Once you've created that and you've logged in, you can see that there is a dashboard. Don't worry about any of this yet. We're not going to create our project within Vercel yet. That's going to be a little bit later on, but just make sure you have your account created so we can just get right into it later on. Once you've got that ready to go, we're done here. So today's focus is going to be on routing. So let's talk a little bit about routing in React. So React Router DOM allows us to create different routes on the front end. And it's not to be confused with routing on the back end, because back end routing is, it's a similar concept, but it works differently. These routes allow us to go between different views all on the front end without any sort of back end technology. That is sort of the essence of a single page application. So if you go to one route, say the login page, and then you go to another route, say the sign up page, you're not actually going to a different URL. The URL is visually changing, but what's really happening is it's actually pulling out the view and putting in a new view without actually redirecting you to a new page, which is what makes a single page application so fast and also why everybody loves it. So we're gonna simply create a login, a sign up, and a chat component. It's just really gonna be just bare bones. There's not actually gonna be any functionality involved, but it's just gonna allow us to be able to have these different views to be able to route between so that we can make sure that the router is working properly. So we're gonna take the app and we're gonna go and wrap our app inside of a browser router tag. And then we're gonna set up a switch tag with a bunch of routes inside of there, the 3 that I just mentioned. And we're gonna be able to switch between those based on the current URL path. So let's go ahead and get started on that. So let's go ahead and dig right in. So I've got the application running already in my terminal. If you aren't running it yet, go ahead and just make sure you go to your project in your terminal and run npm start to go ahead and get this thing running. And in my case, it's gonna be running on localhost 3000. So I'm just gonna verify that, go here, go to localhost 3000. And as you can see, it currently says hello from port.exe. So I know that it is indeed running currently. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start off by creating that boilerplate I was talking about a moment ago. So we're gonna add 3 components. Now I'm gonna add them in 3 separate folders because I want each component to be in its own unique folder. So let's start with the login. Let's do a sign up folder. And we gotta make sure that I click new folder here. So sign up, and then create yet another folder, chat. Now each of these are gonna have 2 files in it, just like the app here. The app component has a actual React component, and then it also has an index.js file, which just exports that component so that we can import it from components instead of components/app, just like I showed you before. So let's go ahead and start with chat, create a chat.jsx file. And in here, I'm just going to add a quick little bit of boilerplate. And actually in in React 17 and onward, we don't need to import React anymore in order to use React's JSX because they have their own engine. So I'm actually gonna get rid of the import and I'm gonna rename this to just be chat. So export const chat, it's an arrow function that returns some JSX. And this is just gonna say, I am the chat, so that we are able to distinguish it on the screen. So in this folder, we'll just create an index.js file that exports that. So that'll be export all from chat. Awesome. So now we have this set up. We need to do the same thing for login and sign up. Now notice in this case, I'm not adding the curly braces like I did in chat. That's because with arrow functions, you don't technically need to, if you're just returning a single line, you don't technically need to add the return statement. You can just do it like this. So I'm gonna add this right here. This says I am the login, and I need to accompany that with an index.js file, which exports that. Now finally, we'll do the same thing for sign up. Now, if you notice, I'm adding these empty tags here. This is just shorthand for a React fragment. And so instead of typing like react.fragment or anything like that, we can just do these empty tags. It's nice, it's super convenient. With that said, go ahead and add the index.js file with it. And obviously you can totally pause because I know I'm moving quickly. You can pause and write your code and resume as you see fit. So now I have the boilerplate code for the chat, the login, and the sign up. Now what I need to do is set up our router so that we can route between these three components on the screen based on the URL. We need to actually wrap the entire application inside of a browser router tag. So go to your top level index.js file where we're doing this whole React DOM.render thing. And let's go ahead and import browser router. And we're gonna import that as router. So just put that little browser router as router thing here. And we're gonna import that from React router DOM. And we're just gonna take our app here and we're gonna wrap our app inside of this router tag, just like this. So now we have our app wrapped inside of our router and we have access to the functionality of the React router DOM inside of our app. So now let's go to our app component. So now we can actually start adding in the code here for the functionality to basically switch between our routes. And in order to do that, I'm gonna remove this little bit of boilerplate here and add back our little curly braces because now we're going to add in some extra code. And for later, we're not gonna just simply be returning a single line. So anywho, what we wanna return is a switch. And a switch, as you can see, I'm importing switch from React router DOM, is going to allow us to switch between routes. But in order to do that, we need to also add route tags. So I'm importing both route and switch from React router DOM. Now each of these routes are gonna get a path and a component. The path is gonna be the URL path that corresponds to which component you want to load depending on the route you're on. So let's say path is equal to /login. Well, when we're at /login, which component do we wanna load? We want to actually load in our login component. But we got to make sure that we import our login component. So let's do that. Import login from, and this is where that little piece I was talking about from our JS config comes into use from our base URL. Instead of doing .. to get out and then go into /login like this, we can actually just do components /login. But since we're exporting it, we don't even actually, what we want to do, is quickly add a index.js file inside of our components folder. Oh, we already have that. So inside of our index.js file, we want to export our 3 new components that we just added. So let's quickly add that. Sorry, I forgot that, guys. So now that we've added those 3 components, we can actually import it like this. And this is cleaner in my opinion, because now instead of having a separate line to import login and sign up and chat, we can do it all within the same import statement. So I'll show you what I mean by that. So we can say import login, sign up, chat, all in the same line. It makes it way cleaner. So now we are importing login, sign up, and chat from components. So we are loading the login component when we're on the login path. We're gonna want to load the sign up component when we're on the sign up path. And we're gonna wanna make sure that we load the chat component when we are on just the base URL, which is /. However, we wanna make sure that we add this exact term here. We wanna say exact because if we don't do this, then it's going to load it whenever we have any sort of route that has a / in it. So we don't wanna do that. Make sure you put exact here. And which component do we wanna load when we are on this path, well, we want to load the chat component. So I'm going to save this and open up my browser window, and let's have a look at what's going on here. So I want to just quickly refresh, and now you can see that we are looking at something that says I am the chat, which means we're on the chat component. And that makes sense because we're on the base URL. So what happens if I do /login? Now we're on I am the login. And again, if we do sign up, obviously now I'm on the sign up, works as well. So we're properly routing between these three components using React Router DOM. This is a great start for us to go ahead and start moving into some of the actual functionality of the app. So let's talk about serverless functions. What exactly is a serverless function? Well, it allows you to write backend code without having to set up a server infrastructure or much, if any, server-side boilerplate. So think of it kind of like mapping a URL that you would call from the front end via like fetch API to some sort of JavaScript function. So if I were to call /create_user or app.com/create_user from my client side code, I can then create a function that gets called when I call that. That's kind of how you can think about serverless functions. It's just a function that gets called when you call a particular endpoint on the backend. Now we're going to be using Node.js as our serverless function platform, but again, we don't have to worry about that. We're just writing plain JavaScript code. So Vercel will be our hosting platform for our application, and Vercel makes it super easy to include serverless functions. This is not unique to Vercel. In fact, tons of platforms use serverless functions. It's very popular, but Vercel makes it really easy to get this set up. So we're going to need to install the Vercel CLI in order to emulate our cloud environment locally on our machines. But don't worry, this is super friggin' easy. All right. So environment variables, you remember that we added a .env file in an earlier video, but we don't want to leak our that private key that Chatengine gives us. We don't want to leak that into our source code, and we definitely don't want to leak that into the browser in any way. So that's why we're creating this backend function, because this create user function is actually going to need this private key. We don't want this anywhere near the actual the client. So in order to prevent that, we'll just have this code run on the server, and then the client will never see that private key. So previously we were using that env file, but we're going to migrate all of our envars to the Vercel platform. So without further ado, let's go ahead and begin on this. So in order to install the Vercel CLI, it's just as simple as installing the CLI via npm. So it's just a very simple line of code, npm install -global Vercel. So I've already done that. So let's just see what happens if I run that line of code. It's probably going to say, maybe I've already done this, but when you do it, it's going to install it. Let me see. Yeah, so it actually just updated my version, but for you, it might take a little bit longer. It's probably going to install it for the first time. So once that is installed, I'm just going to say Vercel-version. Yeah, so that's not the correct command, but maybe it's -v. Yeah, so Vercel-v, it'll make sure that it logs the version, and I will know for sure that Vercel CLI is installed. So go ahead and do that, make sure that it's installed, and we can move forward. Now this is where we're going to create our Vercel project. If you remember, we created an account on Vercel, so I'm going to assume you already created your Vercel account. If you haven't, make sure you go back and do that, because that was in like the first video or something like that, second video. So make sure you have created your Vercel account. And once you've done that, make sure you're in your project directory in your terminal window or command line interface. And I want you to type in Vercel dev and press enter. And what it's going to do is it's going to have us set up our project. So type in yes here, or just Y, the letter Y, and click enter. And which scope should contain your project? For me, Zachary Wilson is my name. That's my username in the project. I don't have Vercel Teams set up. So I'm just going to click enter here. Link to existing project. This is where I'm going to type in N for no, because we don't have our project created yet in Vercel. So when I click no, it's going to say, what's your project's name? This is where I'm just going to click enter because it already has the project name React Chatengine Demo defaulted for us. So I'm just going to click enter. In which directory is your code located? Now, since I'm just at the top level of my directory already, the React Chatengine Demo, I'm just going to click enter because it's already there. Now it's going to set up our project. It's going to upload some stuff. So now it's asking me, do I want to override the settings? I'm going to type an N for no, because I don't want to override any settings. So I typed in N, and now it is successfully linked, and it's running the dev command, and now it's actually serving the project. So Vercel has linked a project in the cloud, and it is actually now serving the app. So if I click refresh in here, you can see it's successfully loading the application. So from now on, we're going to be using Vercel dev to serve the application instead of npm start, because it's going to load our serverless function in automatically. Like, we don't have to worry about doing anything. We can just create our serverless function, type in Vercel dev, and it's going to serve both our front end and our back end all automatically. So let's go ahead and write our serverless function. So what do we need to do in order to get our serverless function working? Well, all we have to do with Vercel in order to get our serverless function running is at the same level as source. So just like right click down here and click new folder, I'm going to create a new folder called API. And so by creating this API folder, Vercel is going to know that we're going to have serverless functions inside of here. And inside of this API folder, I'll create a new file called createuser.js. Again, this is just a plain JavaScript function that we're going to write, and we are going to use this to create a new user inside of Chatengine IO. Now, again, why are we doing this? Well, it's really important that we don't let our private key leak into the browser in any way. And by having it run on the back end, we know that the users will not have access to any of the code that runs on the back end because it's happening elsewhere. So we can actually load our private key into our create user backend function without the client ever seeing any of that code. So it's a much more secure way to do this. Now on the back end, we don't have access to the fetch API by default. So that's why we're going to be using Axios. And Axios is an API library that just very simply lets us run HTTP requests on the back end in Node.js. So I'm going to import Axios from Axios, just like this. And as you notice, it is a default import. So we want to just simply export a function, and we need to do a default export of this function. So we'll simply const create user, set this equal to a function. And underneath this, I want to make sure that I export default create user. So we need to default export our create user function. Now, create user is going to be an asynchronous function. So before these parentheses, I'm going to add the async keyword, and it's going to take two arguments automatically. It's going to take rec and res. Rec is the request object, and res is a response object that we're going to use to respond back to whatever is calling this function. So inside of here, we want to get a few items from the body, and the body is going to come from the request. So inside of the browser, when the application, the React application calls this function, it's going to pass in two items. And what are those items? So we're using destructuring here to pull items from the rec.body, and we need the user ID and the user name from the body of that request. Now, that means when we call the create user function from the client, we need to pass in a user ID and a username into the body, or else this won't work. So just remember that. Now that we have the user ID and the username, we are going to axios.post. So we're going to send a post request via Axios to a particular URL, which is going to be on the Chatengine API. And it's this URL right here. It is api.chatengine.io/projects/people. And make sure you have HTTPS and not HTTP. Okay. So that's the URL we're going to call. And I'm going to add this quickly to the next line here. That's the URL we're going to call. The second argument to this is going to be the body to this particular URL. So the body is going to be an object, which is going to contain a username and a secret. So username, notice the lowercase n, username, and that's going to be set equal to username with a capital N, which is the one that we're getting from our request body. So we're setting the username. If you remember in Chatengine IO, when we created a user in the dashboard, it asked us for both a username and it asked us for a secret. And that's what we're setting here. We're giving it the username and we're setting the secret. And if you remember, the secret was our user ID. So when we set our secret here, we're going to set that equal to our user ID. So the body of this request, we're sending the body of this request to this particular URL as a post request. And the body contains a username and a secret. So then we have the third argument, which is the final argument of this, and that is some headers. We need to add some request headers. So in order to do that, we're going to add a headers object. And what we need to add inside of this header object is our private key. Now I'm going to paste this in. I want you to look at this. I added too many curly braces there, but I want you to look at this. I created a key on this object called private key, capital P, capital K with a hyphen in between, private key. And the value of this private key is process.env.chatengine private key. Now, remember, we have this env file with all these environment variables inside of it, but we don't have this private key env var yet. That's okay because we're going to be adding it in just a moment. But remember that we're going to have to migrate all of these env vars over to Vercel. So we're going to add it when we're migrating these over. So we'll do that in just a moment. Keep that in mind that this will exist. It just doesn't exist quite yet. So what Axios returns when we make that post request is a promise, just like the fetch API. So this should look relatively familiar to you, to be perfectly honest. So we have this post request and we can call then to say when we get the response, what do we want to do when we get the response? When we get the response, we want to take that API response here, and we want to send a response back to the browser, aka the client that called this create user function. Remember, we have this res object here that we can use to respond back to that browser. So we're going to say res.json because we want to send some JSON back. And we're going to put in 2 items into this JSON. So in a successful API call, we want to make sure that we have a body, which is just going to be API res.body, which is this guy. So the response from our Axios call, we're going to send back to the client that as the body. And then error should be null, because inside of our then function, we shouldn't have any errors. However, we also want to make sure that we catch any potential errors. So after the then, we're going to add a catch. And in here, we're going to basically respond with the opposite of this. So the body is going to be null. Make sure that we add this inside of a res.json. Sorry about that. So res.json. Oh, I'm typoing like crazy here. The body should be null, and the error, we're going to put a string in here that just says there was an error creating the user. And that way we can give some sort of context as to what might have went wrong. In this case, we know that something went wrong creating the user, if there is an error. So this right here is our serverless function. And this is really all we need to worry about right now. We're going to test this later on when we have more code to work with on the client side. But this is going to be our server function that we call whenever we want to create a new user inside of Chatengine. Okay. But in order to get this thing to run, we need to set this Chatengine private key. So let's go ahead and migrate all of our env vars over to Vercel now. Open up your .env file. Go ahead and have this ready because we're going to migrate all these over to Vercel. And open up your terminal if it's not already there, Vercel and add. Now, here we have a couple of different options. We can do plain text or we can do secret. Now, the Firebase stuff is not really secret. And you can look into that and see that actually like none of that stuff is really secret. So keep that in mind. The only real secret that we have in this app is the private key for our chatengine.io account. So for now, we're going to do plain text for all of these, but in a real like production environment where you're working with a team of people, you will not want that to leak out amongst the team. So you'll end up using secret. But since this is a small application without a team and it's a tutorial, I'm just going to do plain text. So just keep that in mind if you ever decide to do your own projects in the future where you have a team of people, you'll want to use secret instead of plain text. So we'll start with plain text, and I'm going to migrate all of these over. So it says, what's the name of my variable? I'm going to copy over the first one, paste that in, press enter, and then it asks the value. So I'll copy the second half, make sure not to accidentally include the equal sign, paste that in as well. Now I'm going to press space on all three of these, which will select each of these, and then press enter. And now we've successfully added the first env var, and I'm just going to repeat the process for each of these. So go ahead and do that. Now make sure on this last one, the React app ID, that when you paste the value of it, you make sure you include the 1 and the colon there, because you can accidentally forget that little piece right there. Can just make sure you get that 1 and that colon there as well. It's important to have that. So paste in that value, all three of these options. And now finally, we have to add in our Chatengine private key. And the way that we're referencing it here inside of our createuser.js file is, this is the name of the env var, chat_engine_private_key. So go ahead and copy that, and let's go ahead and add that in via Vercel env add. Select plain text, but remember, in a real production environment with a team, you're going to want to do a secret. The name of the variable, paste that in, and now it's asking for the value. So we have to run over to our Chatengine account, select your project. You'll see this private key right here. Click the eyeball next to it and click copy to keyboard. And now you've successfully copied over your private key. Open back up your terminal and paste that in. And now make sure to add that to production, preview, and development. And now we've finished adding all of our env vars to Vercel. So that is awesome. And that's all we're going to be doing in this particular video. We've gotten tons of stuff set up, and I know you're excited to get into the actual code, but this is a huge project, and we got to get a lot of stuff in before we can get there. But luckily, that's what we're going to be doing in the next video. So now that we've got all of that functionality in place, we can focus on our login and sign up flow. All right, so let's talk about Formik. Well, what exactly is Formik? Well, it's an extremely popular library for handling forms. How popular? I think it has like 25,000 stars on GitHub, so it's super popular. It is pretty much the way to go. It allows us to easily write functionally complete forms with an easy to understand API. And when you see it, you'll understand what I mean. So why do we want to use Formik instead of just using a standard form? Well, it gives us a ton of super important, very powerful things that we would want to add in a production-ready form, but does it automatically for us. And it allows us to add things like very powerful form validations, super easy. And we're going to be using yup, which is actually the standard for Formik. So Formik and yup is the basic combination you would want to use in a production-ready form. So what are we doing today exactly? Well, we're going to be creating our login and our signup forms using Formik. We're going to break out some of the boilerplate into its own component, and we're going to navigate between login and signup without manipulating the URL. Now that boilerplate I'm talking about, you'll see what I mean by that, but we're basically going to create an input component, or I should say a form field component, that makes it to where we don't have to write as much code moving forward. So let's get started. And to do that, I'm simply going to open up my code editor, and I'm going to navigate to my signup component, because that's the component I want to start with. First off, I want to do my signup form first. And I'm running the project here in my terminal. So since I'm running that, I might as well open it up. And I can just kind of move this over to give us a little bit more space for the code editor. And I'm going to run over to /signup. You can see that it says I am the signup page, which is what I would expect here. Awesome. I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to start by returning something else inside of our return here. Instead of I am the signup page, I'm going to return a div with a class name of auth form. Now I'm going to save this, and as you can see on the left, it looks a little weird. That's because we need to go back to our app component really quick. So go back to your app component, And we want to actually wrap our entire switch statement here inside of a div that has a class name of app, because I've written some CSS that will make this look a lot better. So once you add that in, it should look more like what you see here on the left. So within this div here in our signup form, I want to add a header tag, just a h1, that says sign up so that you know that this is to sign up. So now you should see what you see here on the left. Now, this is where we're going to bring in Formik, okay? So in order to bring in Formik, we have to import Formik. Now I've got auto imports set up inside of my code editor, so I didn't have to type this manually, but you'll have to make sure you have Formik imported from Formik. And the way that Formik works is a little bit different than what you might assume. So let's talk about it a little bit. It's going to take in 4 props that we're concerned about. 4 props. And those 4 props are onSubmit, and I'll just console.log submit. We'll say submitting. We need to have a validate on mount, and we're going to set that equal to true so that it validates on mount. Initial values, well, we don't have any initial values yet, so I'm going to initialize it as an empty object, and then validation schema, which we're actually going to add using yup. Or if you remember, we're going to add all of our validations using yup. So I don't want to have all my initial values and my validation schema inside of the same file because I think it's a little bit messy. So I want to create a new file inside of my signup folder called Formik config, or you know what? Yeah, Formik config.js. And in order to use our yup validations, we need to import everything from yup. So import asterisk as yup from yup. And we're going to have some default values that we're going to export from this file. The default values are email, password, username, and verify password that are all going to be an empty string. So export an object called default values and just set it equal to this. And the final thing we're going to do is add in a validation schema. Now, you'll have to type all this in, but I will actually explain what's going on here. So for each of these fields, we're going to add a validation schema for each field individually. And this is using yup. So we're actually creating a variable here called validation schema, and we're setting it equal to yup.object. And we want to define the shape of this object. So by defining the shape of the object, we're saying if it doesn't match this shape, then it's not valid. So for the email, we're going to set it equal to yup.string. So we're saying this is going to be a string, and specifically it's going to be an email. Now this is built into yup, this .email, and the string that you pass into email is the error message that will end up showing if it does not pass this email validation. And you can actually chain validations. So at the end of this email validation, we are saying it's also required. And again, the string that we pass into required is the string that will show if it doesn't match that validation. So we go through this and we type in something that's not an email, we'll see an error message that says invalid email address. If we don't type in anything at all, we'll see something that says required. For password, we're going to say it's a string. We're going to make sure that it's required. And really the only validation we want for the password is that it is at least a minimum of 8 characters. And if it doesn't match that validation, we're going to say must be at least 8 characters. And so as you can see, you kind of see a pattern going on here that it's super simple to write these super powerful validations using yup. And I'll show you how to import this into Formik in a second. So for the verify password, we want to make sure that verify password, well, first of all, it's a string and it's required, but we also want to make sure that it's equal to password, because verify password, the whole point of it is to make sure that it's equal to password, so they're verifying their password. And for that, we're going to use .oneOf. That is a function built into Formik, and we are going to pass in 2 items to the oneOf function. The first item is an array, and this array is going to contain 2 items. The first item in this array is yup.ref, and we're referencing password, and password is this field right here. The second item is going to be null, so just put those 2 items in the array, and that array itself is the first argument of oneOf. The second argument is the error message that we want to show if it's not correct, which is passwords must match. So this is checking to make sure that it is oneOf, in other words, oneOf, it is equal to the password field, okay? So that is the validation for verify password. And then finally, our username validation is going to be a required string, and we're going to use a regular expression to make sure that it doesn't contain any spaces because we don't want any spaces in our username. So we're going to use the matches function, give it a regular expression here. So, you know, in JavaScript, if you want to add a regular expression, we use forward slashes, then the regular expression, and end it with another forward slash. So if it doesn't match this, it's not going to be valid, and we're going to say no spaces as the message that we show. Finally, we're chaining one more validation to this, and we're saying that it has to be a minimum of 3 characters. So the message that will be shown is must be at least 3 characters. And that is the validation schema for our signup form. So I'm going to save this, and we're going to import this as our validation schema into this prop right here on our Formik component. So I'm going to bring in our validation schema from here. So in order to do that, I'll simply import validation schema from, and we can just do it // because we're in the directory already. So we can just do this to say import validation schema from here. Now, in order to actually get that validation schema to be imported from here like this, we just want to make sure we export it from our index.js file. So just export everything from Formik config, and now we can import it like this. Or you can just get rid of this line completely and import it by saying /Formik config. And I think that's the way I'm going to do it in this tutorial series, but you can do it either way. It's perfectly fine. Totally up to you. But while we're here, since we're importing the validation schema, we should also import our default values. So let's import that as well. So now we're importing both default values and validation schema from Formik config. Now we can actually pass in our validation schema here and our initial values here. So initial values is equal to default values. So now we have our props set for Formik, except for our onSubmit function, which we're not going to worry about quite yet. So let's move on. So what are we going to put inside of our Formik tag? Well, as it turns out, we're actually going to pass in a function as the child to Formik. And normally you would think you would just add in like a form tag or some inputs, some standard JSX. But with Formik, you're actually going to pass in a function. And the reason why is because we're going to get some valuable stuff from this function that Formik gives us. So in order to use JavaScript inside of JSX, you just add some curly braces. So add some curly braces, and then we're going to use a function, and this function is going to pass in an object. So let me go ahead and write in my function tags, or my function syntax. And the argument that's automatically passed into this function by Formik is an object that contains a bunch of stuff. I'm talking a bunch of stuff, but we're only going to use 2 of these items for now. Is valid and is submitting. So is valid is automatically going to be generated from our validation schema that we wrote inside of our Formik config. So it's always going to know if the form is valid based off of the validation schema that we've written. And we're able to know whether or not it is valid by using the variable that it's passing in. So it's super convenient. And second off, we have this other variable called isSubmitting. So a lot of the times when you submit a form, we're going to be sending data to an API. And we're going to want to do something like, I don't know, disable the button while we're submitting the form, or show some sort of loading indicator that we're submitting the form in some way. So it actually tells us whether or not the form is submitting. We can set that, and we'll do that a little bit later. But for now, let's go ahead and hop inside of our return statement and build our form. And in order to do that, we're going to have to import a form component from Formik. We don't have to, but it makes it really easy. So import form from Formik, and we're going to use this tag, and it is a capital F. Make sure that you have that capital F. And let's go ahead and start putting in our fields. Our fields are username, email, password, and verify password. It's going to match this and this perfectly. So let's go ahead and write our inputs, put our labels and all that good stuff right now. So to create our inputs and to make sure that we have a label and our error message and all that good stuff, Formik provides us a couple other interesting helpers that we can pull in. We'll have error message, and we also want to pull in field, okay? And so what we want to do is we want to create a label, and we'll put in our label along with our field, aka our input, and our error message underneath that. So let's go ahead and put in the label. So the first one, I guess we'll do username. Let's just make it one word, username. Then underneath our actual text, we want to put in our field. Now field is going to take two props, a name and a type. In our case, type is going to be equal to text here. And our name, we're going to want to name it the exact same naming convention that we're using here and here. And for username, it's username with a capital N. So we will say the name is username with a capital N. And what this is doing is it's telling Formik what basically think of it like an ID, what the value is in terms of like a key value pair for our input. I'll show you what I mean by that in a moment, don't worry. Below this, we're gonna wanna add our error message. Now, error message, if you remember, when we built our yup validations, we added a bunch of error messages in case particular validations don't pass. Well, if at any point this particular field doesn't pass validations, we're gonna wanna show an error message underneath the field, and that's what this is. So we have to pass in two things to our error message, a component, and the component we want to use is just a div. It tells it to be a div element, and the name is going to be username, just like it is in the field. As you can see, by giving it the same name, it basically knows that this error message belongs to this field. And when we set up the form submit function, when we get access to all the values within the form, that is going to be what determines the text value from this field. It's basically going to determine, hey, since this has a name of username, we're going to set a value called username in this object. You'll see what I mean. Sorry if I'm confusing you. I also want to add a class name to this error message called error, which is another class that I've already added for you. So just add that class name, and let's go ahead and save this and actually hop into our page here and take a look at what this looks like. Now this is saying failed to compile. It's because I need to refresh it. And look there, we have a username field inside of our form. So what happens if I click inside of here and then click out of it? You can see that it says required, and that's because it is required and we haven't typed anything. So what happens if I type in like one letter? Now it says must be at least 3 characters. So our validations are working great. If I type in a bunch of letters and then add a space, you can see it says no spaces. So our validations are working as expected. Now, if we have to add 4 fields in total, which you can see here we have 4, we don't want to have to write all this code for 4 times, and then also in our login form, write the same code over and over again. So this is where we're going to break a little bit of boilerplate into its own component. We're going to create a form field component, which is going to allow us to do this a lot more cleanly. So in our components folder, we'll create a new folder called form field. And inside of here, the standard index.js and formfield.jsx. And inside of index.js, just make sure you export everything from /form field. And inside of form field, we're simply going to paste this code. We want to import our error message and our field from Formik, and we're exporting this const form field component, which is going to return this JSX right here. And if you look at our signup component, it looks just like this, right? Well, it is. It's exactly that. But we're going to be able to dynamically pass in the label and the name and also the type. And as you can see here, I said type equals text because if we don't pass in a type to our form field component, it's automatically going to default to text. So go ahead and make sure you have this code here. And let's export this from our index.js file inside the component level. So we can go to the component level index.js file and export it from there. Save that. And now what we can do is import that form field component into our signup. So let's do that. So I'm going to go to the very top of the file here and import form field from components. And now that we have that, we can actually completely get rid of all of these lines here, just get rid of that completely, and use our form field component instead. Now, since it's type equals text and we're setting the default to text, we don't have to pass in that parameter. All we need to pass in is name and label. And if you can tell here, this is all an object. That's because props works like that. So name and label is all we have to pass in. So let's pass in name, which is going to be username with a capital N, and label, which is going to be just username. So that's the actual display label that we see on there. So let's see what happens when I save this and we have a look inside of here and refresh. You can still see it works just like it did previously. But now it makes it super easy for us to continue forth without having to write all of that code again. And by the way, I'm just going to, instead of it being username as one word, I'm going to make it 2 words like this. I think it looks a little bit better. So for the email, because we're going to want a username, email, password, and verify password field, below this, I'm going to paste in the email form field. So it's this simple, really, now that we have this set up. The name is going to be email. The label is going to be email with a capital E. And instead of not passing in the type, because we don't want it to be type equals text, we want it to be type equals email, we can pass in the type parameter and override the default here. So now we have our email field. And let's look at our Formik config and see that we have validations for it here. So we can test those out by going to our browser. And I'm going to just refresh, go to the email and just type in some letters. And if I click out of it, you can see it's not a valid email. Well, that's correct. Now I type in a valid email address and that error message goes away. So sign up, we have username and email working good now. Let's do password. So for password, we'll create a new one. The name is going to be equal to password. The label will be password with a capital P because that's our display. And type is going to be equal to password instead of email or text because this is going to give us the little dots like this. So as we type in, it gives dots instead of showing plain text. If I click out of it, you can see the validations are working good and that it must be at least 8 characters. So if I satisfy that, it goes away. Validations are working as expected. And our final form field is our verify password form field. It's going to be type password as well. But instead of having the same name and label, we're going to give it a name of verify password with a capital P and a label that says verify password as well. Now let's go look at our code here and see what happens if I type in a password here. I'm just going to say test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And in the verify password, I want to make sure that we get a error message if it doesn't match. So I'm just going to type in TEST1234. So I'm missing the 5 and click out of it. And you can see it says passwords must match. Now I'll type in the 5 and it goes away. So now I know that my validations are working good. I love how easy Formik makes this for me. It's great. So now that we have that, I want to create a button inside of our form, but at the bottom of our form that says sign up. And we're going to do two things. We're going to say type is equal to submit on our button, which tells the DOM that this button should submit the form. And we're going to set a disabled property and say that we want to make sure that we disable the button if not is valid. So this little variable that Formik gives us, if it's not valid, or if the form is submitting. So if the form is submitting or the form is not valid, we want to make sure that sign up is disabled. Okay, so let's take a look at what that looks like. As you can see, the form is not valid because we don't have a username or an email, and therefore the sign up button is disabled. Now, what happens if I add in a username? Well, it's still not enabled because we needed a email. So I'll paste in an email, and as you can see now, the sign up button is enabled. The second I get rid of that, it's disabled again. So that's working as I would expect. And the very final thing I want to add to the sign up form in terms of just layout is a link to be able to go to the login page in case they've already got an account. Now let's look at this code. We have a div with a class name of auth link container and text that says already have an account, and a link within a span here. We're going to actually use our history, which we'll import in just a second, that says login, the class name of authLink. Now, if the user clicks on it, we add this onClick function that says history.push login. Well, we actually need to import history. So in order to use this history, we need to import it from React Router DOM. So let's import that really quick. Let's say import use history, which is a nice little hook that React Router DOM gives us, from React Router, DOM. So now we have access to the use history hook. So above our return statement, let's go ahead and say const history is equal to use history. So now we have a history variable set equal to the use history hook. And so now I'm no longer getting an error message here. So let's see what happens when we load this up. As you can see, it's showing this now. And if I click on it, it navigates me to the login page. Pretty awesome. So the last thing I want to do here inside of my signup component, actually there's two small things I want to do really quick, is I want to set some state for my error message. So I want to use state. If you're not familiar with that, hopefully you are by now, but it's just a baked in hook that is provided to us by React. So import use state from React, just like this. I'm going to add it to the top. Just make sure you're importing use state from React. And I'm also going to get rid of error message and field since we moved all of that into our form field component. And we no longer need it inside of that component. So I've imported use state, and now I've got this server error and set server error state. I want to make sure that I add a top level error message outside of the form. So I'm actually going to go completely outside of the Formik tag, but still inside of this div tag, so just in between these two, and paste in this code right here. This is a error that will happen in case we get a server error when trying to sign up. So we won't really have to worry about that unless there's some sort of network connection error, but we do want to make sure that we set it. And we're not going to actually worry about setting this server error in this video. We'll set that up when we set up our Firebase authentication code. But I want to make sure that we have a sign up function here. Okay. So the signup function right now is just going to accept the form, which is going to be email, username, and password as the first argument. The second argument is going to be Formik actions, and we're going to pull out set submitting from these actions, okay? And for now, all we're gonna do is just simply log signing up with the email, username, and password. So when we have this onSubmit function here inside of Formik, instead of console.logging this word, we'll just run signup instead. So let's see what happens when we run this code. I'm gonna move this to the bottom, just like this. All right, so username, test user, just add in an email. I'll do test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then verify test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Click sign up, and you can see it logs here the email, the username, and the password successfully. So that's going to be it for our sign up form. Let's go ahead and run over to our login form. All right, running over to our login component. I will keep, I don't need that, I don't need that, I don't need that, I don't need any of this. All right, so let's run over to the login component and begin building this up. So you know that we'll need Formik. So let's import Formik from Formik. And I'm going to get rid of this and bring in my code block. And we'll just return this, give it a div, and the div needs a class name of auth form. Is that right? Let's find out. So click login, and as you can see, you get the same thing as our sign up. Let's give a h1 here of login. Make sure that that pops up. So far, so good. So what do we need to do? Well, since we just did the sign up form, this is going to be way easier because basically we've kind of already done this. So what is it we're going to need to do? Well, we're going to have to bring in Formik. So bring in Formik. It takes in those same props. So these guys. Now, obviously, we don't have the login function yet. We don't have our default values or our validation schema yet. So what we should probably do is set up our Formik config. So let's go ahead and create a new file called Formik config, just like inside of our signup folder, and make sure you export it as well. So inside of our Formik config on the login side, it's going to be way more simple because we don't have to deal with creating a password and all that stuff. They have already created the password, so we don't have to be as strict on the validations here because we'll end up getting server errors if they type in the wrong password. So when you log in, all you have to do is type in your email and your password. We're just going to make these required strings, and that's going to be it for the validations. And just make sure you set up your default values. Make sure your file looks just like this. And we can go ahead and import these from our config. So default values and validation schema from ./Formik config. Now I'm getting an error here because we still haven't defined our login function. I guess I can go ahead and quickly define that here at the top just to get that out of the way. And it's just a function that, again, takes the email and password, the Formik actions, which we're just destructing out set submitting for now. And we're going to just log the email and password. Now, when I save, it doesn't give us an error anymore, but we don't have a form. We need to go ahead and build our form. So inside of our Formik tags, put in the curly braces, go ahead and put in our function syntax, and we need to destruct out the two items, which is valid and is submitting. And we are going to return a form tag specifically from Formik. So put a comma form up here at the top to make sure we're importing form from Formik. And in here, we're going to end up using our form field. So let's import form field really quick. Import form field from components. And just like to keep everything neat. So we're importing form field. Let's go ahead and utilize that. So form field. And the first form field is going to be the email. So name is equal to email. The label is going to be email with a capital E. And the type is, of course, going to be email. So just save that. Make sure this pops up here. Make sure we get our validation. So far, so good. And let's add in the password form field as well, which is just going to be the same thing, but type is equal to password, name is equal to password, and label is password. Save that, make sure the validations work. Yep, good to go. So below the fields, we want to make sure that we also have that same sort of section that says, you know, don't have an account yet, then you need to sign up. So that's what this div is right here. This div has an offlink container class name, just like in the signup form. And just like in the signup form as well, we have a span with a class name of offlink, and we're calling onClick history.push signup instead of login. So when they click the signup button, it's going to take them to the signup route. But again, we have to make sure that we import the use history hook from React Router DOM. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm importing that. And once we've imported that, we actually have to make sure that we create the variable here. So const history equals use history. And now we should have the ability to route back and forth. So on the login screen, I can click sign up and it'll take me to sign up, and I can click login and it'll take me to login. So let's go ahead and add in our login button, because as you can see on the sign up form, we have the sign up button. We obviously need to have a login button, right? So inside of the form here, but underneath this div, I'm going to paste in my login button. And it's of course type submit, just like the sign up form. And it has the same exact disabled logic. We want to make sure that the button is disabled if the form is not valid, or if we are indeed submitting the form. So save that, it's disabled. It is disabled until we satisfy the requirements of the form. Cool. So the very last thing that we want to do inside of our form here is just like in the signup form, between the closing Formik tag and the div tag, we want to add in a server error, or a spot for our server error if there is one. So this is just saying, you know, if there is a server error, go ahead and show a div with a server error text and class name of server error. But we have to make sure that we add in our server error state. So again, we're pretty much doing exactly what we did inside of the signup form, creating some state for our server error. Make sure you import use state from React. And let's go ahead and make sure that this log statement works as expected. So I'll come over here, type in my email, type in a bunch of letters for this password, click login, and it works as expected. So good old Firebase. What exactly is Firebase? Well, in reality, Firebase is just a cloud platform that's built on top of the Google Cloud platform that makes it super easy to do extremely powerful stuff. And so it's going to make it really easy for us to do the auth and the Firestore database stuff and uploading files, all that awesome stuff. So let's talk about the authentication flow for a second. Okay, so when a user signs up for access to the chat application, so basically our sign up screen that we've created in the app, we want to call our serverless function to create the user on the Chatengine IO side using the ID that we get when we create the user in Firebase from that auth object. So we're going to create the person inside of Firebase auth. When we get that response back, we want to take that ID and we want to create a user inside of Chatengine with that ID. And then when we create that chat user object, we want to get a response back from that and say, okay, so we've successfully created a user in auth and we've successfully created the user in the Chatengine. So now we want to go ahead and add that chat user object to our Firestore with the username that we just created with Chatengine. So we've already done all this in the dashboards. Now we're just going to translate all of that to code and do it programmatically. And once all of that's complete, we want to go ahead and redirect the user to the chat component so that they're not sitting on the login or sign up forms anymore. Now, we're going to be adding a couple of custom hooks in this video. And it's, like I said before, it's recommended that you watch my hooks video if you haven't already. Link is in the description. Because in order to understand what we're going to be doing in this video, you're going to have a basic understanding of hooks in general. But we're going to create some custom hooks that's going to make it super easy to share functionality throughout the application. Let's begin. So where I'd like to start today is actually by creating our first custom hook. Okay, so I'm going to go into my source folder. In fact, I'm just going to make this full screen here. I'm going to go into my source folder, and at the same level as my components and service folders, so directly inside of the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called hooks. And I'm going to create a new hook, a new file called useauth.js. Now, again, we're going to follow the same convention of adding an index.js for this folder. And we want to export everything from this useauth file. Then I can close that because I no longer need it. Now, this is a custom hook that we're going to be building. And we're going to need Firebase, our FB object from our service. And we're going to need useEffect and useState from React. So go ahead and import those. And all we're going to basically do is create a function. So export const useauth, and it's going to be a function. Now, what is this function going to do, and what is this function going to return? Why do we want to create this custom hook, and what is it supposed to do? Okay, so let's talk about this. What this thing is supposed to do, it's supposed to go out to Firebase. It's supposed to use our FB object here, access auth. And whenever our auth state changes, so whether or not we're logged in or whether or not we're signed out, whenever that state changes, we want to run some code and basically set some state. We want to set an auth user in our state and return that auth user. Okay, so for now, you can kind of think of it like a JavaScript function that updates automatically. And I'm not going to say too much more until you see it in code because it'll make more sense then. But let's go ahead and begin writing this thing. So the first thing we need to do is create some state. And we're going to create an auth user and get our set auth user function here and set that equal to useState. An auth user is going to be undefined initially because we're not passing in an initial value. So since we're not passing in an initial value, it's going to be undefined in the beginning. Very important for you to remember that. Because in the end, auth user can only be one of three values. It's either going to be undefined, it is going to be a Firebase user, or it's going to be null. Do not forget that. That's extremely important for our next custom hook that we're going to be making. We're going to use that functionality to our own advantage, okay? So below this state, we're going to use useEffect. So go ahead and write out your useEffect. And we're going to do a empty dependency array, which means it's only going to run the code that we put inside of here on mount, basically. Okay, so we know that we can run code inside of this useEffect, but what you might not know is that we can also return a function inside of this useEffect. And whatever you return, whatever function you return inside of this useEffect will get called when this component or hook unmounts or when it gets called again. I'm going to call this particular function that we're going to return, I'm going to call it unsubscribe. So I'm going to start by defining a function called unsubscribe, and I'm going to set it equal to fb.auth.onAuthStateChange. onAuthStateChanged. Okay, so every single time that auth state changes, again, that auth state is whether or not we're logged in. Once that state changes, it's going to pass us a user object. Now, if there is indeed a user object, so if user, we are logged in. and we can set that auth user and state this little guy right here, we can set that equal to our user. Now, if we call, if this gets called and there is no user, so in other words, else, we are gonna set auth user to null in state. We're gonna return unsubscribe inside of our effect. And the reason why is because that's gonna unsubscribe from our, basically this is like a stream. We're gonna unsubscribe from that stream when this hook unmounts or the next time it gets called. So it really helps us avoid memory leaks in that way. Now, why is it we're setting it to null and not undefined? Because I wanna have 3 different conceptual states for auth user. And let's talk about that for a minute. So what does it mean if the auth user is undefined? Well, if it's undefined, that means we've yet to resolve. We've yet to even determine yet whether or not we're logged in. So there's this intermediary state where we don't even know whether or not the user has logged in. It's before this runs for the first time. It is just like this tiny set of time where it is just, we don't know. That is what undefined is going to be here today. Null is going to be different. If it's null, then we're going to say, okay, we know that we've already checked whether or not we're logged in, and we have determined that we are not logged in. So null is going to be the case where we've already resolved, we've already determined that we're not logged in, and we're setting it to null. That's what null is going to be. And then the third option is firebase.user, which means we are in fact logged in, and auth user is that user object, okay? So what we want to return from our use auth hook in the end is an object with auth user, and that is it. So when we implement this, you'll see kind of how this is working. In fact, we can go ahead and implement this right now and do some logging to kind of show you what's going on here. So I'm going to open up my app.jsx file, and here at the top, I'm going to import my new custom hook. To do that, I want to, at the top here, import use auth, because that's what I named it, from hooks. Cool, so I'm importing use auth. Now I'm going to actually use it like this, const auth user, because that's what we're pulling out. I'm going to destruct that, and I'm going to set that equal to use auth. So since use auth returns an object with auth user, I'm simply destructing that out. So I could just be like, you know, auth obj, and then later on I could reference it like auth obj dot auth user, but it's so much cleaner for me to just be able to destruct it like this right here on the spot on a single line. So now auth obj, we have access to that object within our component. So let's create an effect. Whoops. Let's create an effect here. And we want to add in our dependency array, our auth obj. Actually, it shouldn't be called that, it should be auth user. Whenever auth user changes, we want to log our auth user. And I'm just going to do something like auth user so that we know what we're logging. And I want to see what this is every single time this updates. So I'm going to go inside of my component here and refresh. And you can see that at first it's undefined, meaning that we've yet to determine whether or not the person is logged in. And then it changes to null, which means that we have then later determined that we are not logged in, and we have determined that since we're not logged in, we don't have an auth user, okay? So that is how we're using this hook. But I want to create another hook that will determine whether or not a particular variable has resolved. So using that same undefined concept where if it's undefined, we know it hasn't resolved yet, I want to create a custom hook that can take in any number of variables and determine whether or not these items have resolved yet. And the reason why I want to do this is because it's going to make it really easy for me to to do checks later on. So I don't have to go into my code and say if auth is not equal to undefined and is equal to null and all this stuff. I can just say if auth user has resolved, then do this. You'll see a little bit of what I mean in a moment, but we're going to actually need to go ahead and create this custom hook in order to demonstrate that. So back in our hooks folder, we're going to create yet a new file called useResolved.js. Make sure that you export that from the index.js file. Make sure you save it. And we're going to create our useResolved function. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that we again import useState and useEffect. Now I'm going to paste this in and talk about what's going on here, okay? So this is the entirety of the useResolved hook. It takes as an argument any number of values. So you can put in a comma separated list of values, just any number of arguments you want. And what it's going to do is it's going to create a resolved and a set resolved from useState that's initialized to false. So in the very beginning, when we use resolved, the value that it returns is always going to be false at first. So it's initialized as false. Now, what we're doing inside of this effect is we're going through all of these values that we're passing in, and we're determining whether or not they are undefined. Because if any of them are undefined, then we know that it has yet to resolve. Still remembering that concept I was talking about earlier. So every time vals changes, we're going to check whether or not we have any undefined values inside of here. And if we have any undefined values, we're going to set resolved to false. If all of them are not undefined, then we know that set resolved is in fact true, and this will become true. So let's look at how we're going to implement this underneath here. We can say const resolved is equal to useResolved, and all we want to check in this case is whether or not auth user is resolved. So we can say auth user. And so now we have a variable called resolved, which is going to be true if the auth user has resolved. So I'm going to actually rename this to auth resolved. And now I'm going to create an effect and demonstrate this logic in action here. So let's take both the auth user and auth resolved, and let's log both. So let's log auth user and auth resolved. Now we would expect as long as auth user is undefined, auth resolved should actually be false. And if it's null, the auth resolved should be true. Let's see what this looks like. So it says undefined false, and then it runs it as null and false, but that's just because it's the auth user has updated, but auth resolved has yet to update. So then it does update successfully afterwards. So when it's undefined, it's false, and when it's null, it's true. So that is a little tool that we're going to be using throughout the application in different areas. So I wanted to knock that out really quick because we're going to need an effect underneath here, still inside of our app.jsx folder, remembering that our app.jsx is containing our entire application, all of our routes. We want to write a little bit of functionality that's going to redirect us to the login form if we're not logged in, and it's going to redirect us to the chat component if we are logged in, okay? So if I just get rid of this for a moment and we go into our application and I get rid of /login and just do /chat, you can see that we're actually in the chat component, even though we're not logged in. We don't want to do that in a real world application. In a real world application, we don't want to show the chat component unless they are in fact logged in. So we have to prevent these people from being able to access this component if they're not logged in. And now we have all the tools that we need in order to be able to do that. So one thing we're going to have to add really quick is the history. Remember, using use history allows us to change the route. So let's go ahead and import that from React Router DOM. So now we have use history. And the functionality we can say is we want to check and make sure that if auth has resolved, if it's resolved, then anything inside of here, we can assume that if auth user doesn't exist, then we know we're not logged in, okay? So that's why we did that. So we can say history.push. Now, if auth user is true, notice I added 2 here, this will flip it to a variable. If auth user exists, then we want to return just the /. And if you remember, the path for the / is the chat component. Otherwise, we want to return /login. So again, if we have determined whether or not we've logged in, if that's resolved, then we're going to go ahead and perform a redirect. If the auth user exists, we're going to go to the chat component. If the auth user does not exist, we're going to go to the login component. But in this effect, we have 3 variables we're using that we need to add to the dependency array, which is auth resolved, auth user, and history. Now let's save this and see what happens if I try to go to the chat component. So I get rid of this and I just click enter. Now it's redirecting me to the login component. It will not let me go there. Now I can still go to the sign up component, but I cannot go to the chat component. It's not letting me do that. So that is why we created those 2 little custom hooks. And that use resolved hook, we're actually going to use in multiple ways throughout the application. Now that we have that redirect set up, let's go ahead and hook up our login form. So I'm going to go to my login.jsx file. And if you remember, we have this login function here, but all it does right now is it just console.logs the email and the password. So I'll get rid of that line, create some curly braces so we can add a couple of lines of code in here. And we're going to add the code that goes out to Firebase to basically log in. And we're also going to do a little bit of error handling to make sure that if we get any errors on trying to log in, such as, hey, this password was incorrect, or hey, that email doesn't exist, we can handle those errors using the server error line that we already added, okay? So what do we want to do? Well, easy enough, right? All we want to do is access the Firebase object that we created in our service. So let's import that. And we want to call on that our auth.signin with email and password. And all this takes is an email and a password, which luckily we have right here. So I can literally just copy that and paste this in. And what this returns is a promise. So I want to put this on its own line just to keep things nice and clean. And on the next line, we're going to do a then. So then, when we get the result, if there isn't a res.user, then we need to set the server error. Whoa. And we're going to say inside of here I'll use double quotes instead. We're having trouble logging you in. Please try again. Okay, so now we're setting a server error message if there isn't a user object on the result. Now, it's going to handle, because we have that use auth hook we already made, we don't have to add anything else because it's automatically going to redirect because of the code we wrote in our use effect in our app.jsx file. So we don't have to add any more code here in the success case, but we do need to add a little bit of code for the case where we get an error. And that's what this is. This is a catch. So we have a then here, and then after the then we have a catch. Now what's going on here? We're grabbing the error object that we get from the catch, and we're checking the code. If the error.code is equal to auth/wrong password, then we are going to set the server error to invalid credentials. If it's user not found, we're going to say no account for this email. And then if there's any other error message that we haven't checked for, we're going to just fall back to a default that says something went wrong. Now I want to quickly log in with an email that doesn't exist so that you can see what this looks like. It's not in the network object itself, but if I console.log the error, let's console.log that error message and try to log in with that fake email and password. And I click login, you can see that we get an object and the code here is auth user not found. And auth user not found is gonna set the server error to no account for this email, which means it should display right here, right? And it does. It says no account for this email. So we're handling server errors properly as well, which is really cool. But we want to take a look at the successful case. Now, if you remember towards the beginning, we actually created a authenticated user here in the dashboard. I used this email and I created a password. You need to use the email and password that you created, not mine, and come in here. I'm going to refresh just to get a clean slate. And I'm going to paste in my email and the password that I used, click login. And when it went through and successfully logged in, it automatically redirected me to I am the chat. And that's because of that code we wrote with the useauth hook. Now, we don't have a logout button yet. So since we don't have a logout button, I need to go into my console here down at the bottom, click application, go to clear storage, and click clear site data. And now when I refresh, you can see that we're no longer logged in. So you're gonna have to do that for now in order to log out, to get rid of that session. So since we have successfully created our login function, we need to quickly do our sign up function, which is gonna be very similar to this, except we're gonna do some other stuff. If you remember that authentication flow I was talking about in the beginning, we're gonna be doing that stuff. So I'm gonna get rid of this console.log, save this, and open up my sign up component. Actually, there's one more thing we want to do in the login component that I forgot. With promises, you get a dot then when it's successful, a dot catch when there's an error, but there's also a dot finally. And in this finally, what happens is whether or not it succeeds or fails, in the end, it's going to end up calling whatever we pass into this finally function. And we just want to make sure that we say set is submitting to false whenever this completes. Because remember, we're pulling out set is submitting here. And we want to make sure that we set that to false whenever this API request completes. Now, where is this set is submitting come from? Where is this coming from? Well, if you remember, we are calling login on Formik's unsubmit function. Let me hover over this and see what exactly onSubmit is getting called with. Well, it gets called with two things. It gets called with the form itself, the values, which is that email and password. And in the case of sign up, it's email, password, username, and verify password. The second argument here is actually this Formik helpers thing, which there's a ton of helpers, but the only one we're pulling out here is set is submitting, because we want to make sure that we control whether or not the form is submitting. So just so you understand that that's how that's working. Okay. Now I can save and leave that, and we can focus on our sign up component. To start off with, just like in the login, we want to make sure we import FB, and I'm all caps right now. Import FB from service. Go ahead and get that out. And I'm going to get rid of my console.log here and add some curly braces in my sign up function. And I think you can guess what we're going to do. We're going to reach out to Firebase auth. So fb.auth. And instead of sign in with username and password, we're going to do a different function called create user with email and password. And just like sign in with user and password, email and password, it's going to take in the email and the password. So let's give it email and password. And we have access to that from here. When that succeeds, we want to take the result and make sure that we have a user ID. That res object, that result object, is going to contain a user object, which is going to contain a property called UID. Now, for now, I'm using optional chaining because I just want to make sure that these exist. I don't want to get any runtime errors. So optional chaining is really good for that in this case. But for now, I'll just comment it out. And I want to just simply console.log the res. Okay. So right now, all that's gonna happen when I click sign up is it's gonna go out to Firebase and try to create a new user with email and password. And then we're just gonna log that result. Let's go to sign up. I'll open up my console and I'm gonna create a username, ZACKAZT. I'll use a different email and I'll just create a password. And I'm gonna click sign up. Let's see what happens here. So it went ahead and logged me in. So it must have successfully created the user in Firebase. And here's the object it gives me. As you can see, on this res object, there's a user object. And maybe this is a little small for you guys to see. I'm gonna zoom it in a little. On this user object, if I scroll all the way down, there is a UID. Now, this UID is that auth ID that we're gonna be using across all of our different pieces, right? So let's go to our Firebase and have a look. I'll go to my project, authentication. You can see in my dashboard, it actually created that user that I just created. And here's that ID. It matches the same ID that I just logged with the UID. Now, what it did not do yet was create the user in Firestore. Previously, we had to do that manually, but we're gonna wanna do that in code, right? But before that, if you remember our authentication flow, before we add it inside of Firestore, but after we create it in Firebase authentication, we want to call our create user serverless function to create the user in Chatengine before we do that. So let's run over to chatengine.io, go inside of our chat tutorial project and look at our list of users. As of right now, we only have port exe right now, my user, or the user that you created. That's the only user right now. So we need to fix that. So I'm gonna go back to Firebase and I'm actually gonna delete the user I just created. So I'm clicking delete here just to get rid of that user because I wanna create it using my entire authentication flow so that it creates it in all three of these at the same time, okay? So how are we gonna do that? Well, I'm gonna get rid of this console.log and go back to this if statement I had where we're checking to make sure that the ID exists. Because if it does exist, we're gonna wanna call the fetch API and make a call out to our create user function, which is that API create user function that we created a few videos back. Now, right now, Vercel is actually serving that function. It's actually available for us to use right now. And it's located at /API/create user. It's actually automatically done this for us, okay? So if you know anything about the fetch API, you know that the first argument is the URL you want to call. And the second argument is going to be some options. And we want to give a method, and the type of request we want to send is a post request. And inside of here, we want to add some headers as well. Just a simple header that says that the content type is application JSON. And finally, we're going to add in a body. Now, let's take a look at our create user function. If you remember, our body has to have a user ID and a username, okay? Well, we already have the username because we're getting that from the form. So we have our username, but our user ID right here is gonna be that UID from Firebase authentication. So let's build that body object really quick. We can say username, and we're gonna set the user ID equal to res.user.id UID. And we know that this exists because we've already checked for it inside of this if statement. So if we're inside of here, we already know that this exists, so we don't need to add any more optional chaining here. So this is the call that's gonna call our create user function, and this create user function is going to call the API and create our user in Chatengine.io. So once that succeeds, if you remember here, what we're returning is this res.json thing that has a body property, and that body is API res.data. Well, we don't actually need to access that. We don't really need that information in this app, so I'm gonna just ignore it. And when it succeeds, I wanna create my user inside of Firestore. So that's that authentication flow I was talking about. So first we wanna go out, create the user in Firebase auth, When that succeeds, we want to call our API/createUser function. And then when that succeeds, we want to create that user in our Firestore. And to do that, we just say fb.firestore, go to the chat users collection. We're going to create a document where the ID is that res.user.uid, just like here. And we're going to set an object with a username and avatar. And if we look at our Cloud Firestore for the chat user we manually added earlier, it looks just like that. We have a document with that UID, and the document is an object with two properties, avatar, which is an empty string, and the username. And that's exactly what we're doing here. We're just creating that exact object. Now, if this res.user.uid doesn't exist, that means something went horrifically wrong, and we need to set an error. So that server error state that we created, we need to say, we're having trouble signing you up, please try again. So that's if this doesn't exist. But what if this create user with email and password doesn't work for some reason? Well, instead of using a then, we would be inside of a catch statement at that point, right? And just like in the signup flow, we're going to check some codes, some error codes. If we're inside of the catch and the error code is email already in use, that means someone's signing up for an account using an email that already exists. So we'll set the error message equal to an account with this email already exists. And anything else, we'll just go back to that generic message again. And then finally, we'll use the, no pun intended, finally call to set is submitting to false. So, do you think this is going to work? That would be great, right? Let's give it a shot. Let's go and look at the dashboards. You can see we only have one user here, and we only have one user in Firestore and one user in authentication. Now I'm going to clear this out and refresh. And since I deleted that user, it's redirected me back to the login. Let's see if we can sign up successfully. I'm going to use ZACKAZT as the username. I'm going to use a different email here. I'll create a password. And let's cross our fingers and see what happens when I click sign up. So I've clicked sign up, and it looks like everything has gone through, except look at this, we've got an error. We've got an error. So let's take a look at the error message that we got from create user. It says that it was just a bad request. So what could it be? What could be causing this particular error message? So there was actually two pieces to that problem. There was the first piece, which is that if you remember in a previous part of the series, we migrated all of our env vars over to the Vercel. We need to delete that .env file. So go over to your project, find the .env file and delete that because it was creating conflicts with our env vars. So make sure you delete that entirely. You do not need that .env file anymore. That was the first piece. The second piece is that when we were calling our create user function, we actually need to wrap our body here inside of a json.stringify. So I'm going to do that here, json.stringify, and then we can put the object inside. So make sure you wrap that in a json.stringify just like this. And now we got to go back and delete our user from the Firebase dashboard. So the one that we just created that failed, delete that document, and then go to the authentication and delete the user there as well, so that we can try to do this again from scratch. So if I refresh inside my chat engine, you can see I only have one user there. I have only one user in auth, and I only have one document in my chat users. Okay, so when I refresh, because I deleted that, it's going to redirect me back since that user no longer exists. And we can try and see if this whole entire thing works. So going to sign up, try to create this user, create a password, and click sign up. See what happens. All right, I didn't get an error, so that seems promising. Let's jump over to the chat engine dashboard and click refresh. Fantastic, I have a user now. And the user is ZACKAZT, which is the user I just created. Let's check inside of Firestore. We have a new document with this as the ID. Keep a mental note of this ID right here. I just say it starts with 66 and ends with U2. The username is correct. It's ZACKAZT, and the avatar is an empty string, as we would expect. We jump over to authentication, and the email and the ID 66 and U2. It's all there. It's all working. It updated in the UI. So far, so good. If I refresh, I'm still logged in. Fantastic. So I signed up. Now I'm going to go back down to my application section and clear my site data so that when I refresh, I'm logged out. Now I want to try to sign in as the user I just created. Click sign in, and it works. So I've successfully created a user in Firebase, and so have you hopefully, and Chatengine. Now we're able to log in as that user now. All right, so the Context API, what exactly is it? Well, the Context API allows us to easily and natively, in other words, we don't have to import a third-party library such as Redux to share state between many components without component drilling. So what are we doing today in this video? Well, we're just going to create our chat context with a custom hook that lets us access the state in the cleanest way possible, and that is it. So let's get started on that. All right, so let's start off by creating a new folder inside of our source folder called context. And this is where we're going to put our chat context. So chat context.js. This is actually going to be JSX because chat context is actually going to return JSX. We're going to use that inside of here. So also we're going to add an index.js file that exports everything from the chat context. And we can go ahead and get started with our context. Now we're going to need to import a few things in order to get this thing to work. One of which is our Firebase object. So go ahead and import that from service. Now, before we get into importing the other stuff, I want to start writing the context and explain how all this works. So the first thing we have to do is actually create a context. So let's start by creating a context. Export const chat context, that's what we'll call it. And that is going to be set equal to create context. Now, as you can see, it auto imported it from React for me. Make sure that it imports for you. And we have create context now. Now, what this returns is of course, a context, but that's not the only thing we need to create here, because we also need to create a provider. Now, the concept of a context API is interesting. It gives us two things. It gives us a provider, which means anything we wrap inside of this provider will have access to its context. More on that in a minute. So let's create that provider. We'll call it chat provider. And it's going to be like a React component. It's going to be pretty much exactly like a React component because honestly, it is a React component. And this React component is going to take two props. One is children, which is going to be passed to it automatically because we're going to use it like a React component, which already takes children, which are the little elements that sit in between the tags. And it's also going to take an auth user, which we're going to pass into it when we use the provider in our template, which you'll see later. And we're going to do a bunch of stuff, but we're not worried about that yet. Instead, what I want to do is simply return, show you what this thing is supposed to return. Remember I said it's a React component, so it needs to return some sort of JSX, right? Indeed. It's going to return chat context.provider. Whoops, got to make sure it's supposed to be a tag. And in between these two tags, we're going to make sure that we render our children. And the provider itself is going to take a value. And the value is going to be all of the state that we want to share with all of the children. So all of the state that we want to share with the children that we pass into this provider. And there's going to be all sorts of state that we add. There's going to be chats. There's going to be the current selected chat. There's going to be functions that we write that we want to pass to all these children. And we're going to write all of that right now. So we're going to go ahead and knock all of that out right now. So the first thing that we're going to do is initialize some empty state at the top of this. We need to make sure that we import use state from React. So as you can see, I've got that imported here. And we need a mychats, chat config, and selected chat state. And I'm setting all three of those initially as undefined by not passing in any sort of default value. The next thing that we're going to need is a create chat click function, which is very simply this. But as you can see, it's using this new chat function that it's not recognizing. Well, that's because this is actually coming from Chatengine. So this is where we're going to start using Chatengine stuff. So let's import that function, which is called new chat from, and it's going to be React Chat Engine. So now we have the new chat function, which takes a chat config, and then it also passes in the title of the chat that we're creating. Now, if you remember in the dashboard, when you go to create a new chat, it asks for the same stuff. What is the name of the chat and who's the admin? Well, in this case, the admin is going to end up coming from the user who's creating the chat. So we actually don't have to pass that manually. That's going to come in through the chat config. Okay. So we have the create chat click function. We are also going to want a delete chat click function because we're also going to want to be able to delete chats. Now there's two scenarios here. If the person who clicks on the delete button for the chat is the admin, in other words, they're the person that created that chat, then we're actually going to delete the chat. However, if they're not the admin, we don't want to actually delete the chat. We want to just leave the chat because they're not the admin. They shouldn't have the right to be able to delete that chat. So instead of calling delete chat, if they are not the admin, so that's what this logic is saying, if is admin, and we show a window.confirm and they click OK, then we'll call delete chat. We'll pass in the config and the chat ID. However, if they are not the chat admin, we're going to go ahead and do a window.confirm that just says, are you sure you want to leave this chat? And if they click OK, we're going to call leave chat with the chat config, the ID, and the username of the user who's leaving the chat. Now we need to import both of these functions. So let's just quickly run up here and add delete chat and leave chat. And now we no longer get any errors there. Okay, so we need another function called select chat click, which is going to be the function that is called when a user selects a chat in the chat list. Now, initially, we have a list of chats, and that's going to be a list of chat objects. But these chat objects do not contain all of the messages for the chat. It's just a chat object. So we actually have to call get messages to get all of the messages for a given chat. So when they select on a chat, we'll pass in the ID, say, hey, this is the chat we selected. Now that we know the chat that we selected, we can call get messages, which we need to import from React Chat Engine. And we're calling it with the chat config. So each of these takes the chat config as the first argument. We're saying the messages that we want are for the chat that we passed in, so the chat.id, this guy. And then we are giving a callback function. So whenever we get those messages from the API, it's going to automatically call this function that we're passing in with the messages that it finds. And when we get that, we're going to call set selected chat, which is right here in state. We created this state variable called selected chat, which we're not using yet, but we're going to set the selected chat equal to the chat. So in other words, the chat that we clicked on, but we're going to combine the data that we get from the messages. So now we are effectively creating a chat object with the messages inside of it. So we're setting selected chat equal to the chat that they clicked on, along with all of the messages that belong to that chat. And that is that function right there. Now, we are going to be passing all of these in so that all of the children can access these particular functions. So let's go ahead and add all of these. So I've added all of the state variables and the functions to this value prop here. Now, anytime a child of this provider calls and accesses this context, they'll have access to all of this state here, which is great. But one thing that we have yet to do is to set the chat config once the auth user has initialized. So we'll do that. And in order to do that, we're going to create a use effect. So make sure you have use effect imported from React. And we're going to create an effect that happens only on mount and when the auth user is changed, okay? So this is the effect. So it changes whenever the auth user changes. And let's see if we need this. I don't think we do. We don't need that. So this is the only thing that we need to add inside of that dependency array. Now, let's have a look at this code. So if we are logged in, so if auth user, then we're going to call firebase.firestore, the chat users. We're going to get the current user's document. So whichever user is logged in, their UID, we're going to access that in Firebase. So in other words, we're going to go out and get, let's just say port exe is the person that logged in. We're going to grab this object here. I'm going to grab this object. And we're going to have access to that object by saying snap.data. So we're building a chat config, which consists of a project ID. This is not a secret, so we can hard code it. You have to go and get your own chat project ID. So go to your dashboard in Chatengine, copy your project ID, and paste it here, right here. Then the other three pieces of this chat config is going to be the user secret, which is that UID, the avatar, which is the avatar from that that Firestore object, and the username, which is also from the Firestore object. And we're just setting that. And now we have access to that chat config object whenever we try to use it when we call these functions. Okay? Now, the very final thing I want to do inside of this context is I want to create a hook, a custom hook that allows us to super easily, like really easy access any piece of state we may want to get without having to import use context and all of this other stuff. We can use a custom hook here that I'm going to call use chat. And what use chat is going to do is it's going to call use context with the chat context. And this use context is to be imported from React. So go ahead and import that. And again, this is saying use context with chat context. It's going to grab all of these values that we're passing in here that are always fully up to date. And we're destructing them into their own variables. That's this syntax here. And what we're going to do is return that. So we're just going to return all of these variables as a single object. So what does it look like to use this context now that we're using this use chat hook? What does that look like? Let's go to the app.jsx file and implement our hook and see what it looks like. Okay, so let's jump down here and say const stuff. I'm just going to say stuff is equal to use chat. And notice that it imports it. We have to make sure that we export it from context. Now, if we go to context, the folder, remember we have this export this index.js file. That's why we can import it like this. So now we're setting stuff equal to use chat. Let's log that. Let's see what that stuff looks like. Yeah, so let's just see what it looks like. Oh, it doesn't like that, does it? So let's see what we have here. It cannot destructure property mychats of object as it is undefined. We're not initializing the chat provider, so let's start there. Let's start by, let's wrap the entire app inside of our chat provider, but only if auth has resolved. So if auth has resolved, we'll go ahead and do chat provider. And the reason why we want to only do it if auth has resolved is because we're passing in the auth user object. So we're going to pass in auth user, and if it hasn't resolved, we want to say loading ... Okay, so let's see what happens now. Okay, it still breaks. So let's figure out what's going on. This error is happening on line 73 in our chat context. So on line 73, it's trying to destructure out my chats from this context here, and it's saying, hey, that doesn't exist. This object is undefined, and you're trying to destructure my chats out of an object that doesn't exist yet. So we got to make sure that that exists. So you might be asking, why is that undefined? Why is it not working? Well, the reason why is pretty simple. It's because we are trying to access in our app.jsx file, we are trying to access use chat, that state from the context. We're trying to access that state, but we are not a child of the chat provider. The only items that are a child of the chat provider are these routes here. So the chat component itself, the login, and the sign up. So what we really need to do is get rid of this completely. Let's cut that out, remove the import here. And we need to go inside of our chat component, which is actually a child of the provider. And let's paste that stuff in here and make sure we import everything. So we got everything imported. And just make sure we return IM to chat. And let's see if we get the error now. We don't. So let's refresh and make sure we don't get any of those errors. And you can see that we're logging the stuff object. We have our chat config, which consists of the project ID, the username, and the user secret. So we have access to all the shared state. So any of these three things, the login, the chat, the sign up, any children of any of those elements will all have access to this shared state using this hook. And instead of saying stuff, we can actually destructure out the pieces of the state that we need. So let's say like chat config. Let's say we only want to log the chat config. Well, we can just destructure that out and then go back here, and I'll just refresh to keep it clean. You can see at first it's undefined and then it updates here. So it's working great. This is a super clean way to handle state in React. All right, so Chatengine IO. It's time to do some chat stuff. So Chatengine.io handles a lot of the complicated stuff related to building the chat. It allows us to easily build our own solution without having to worry much about the underlying technical details such as WebSockets and the other things that are going on under the hood, including all the connections of all the users in the database and all that crazy stuff. We don't have to worry about any of that. All we have to worry about is our own business logic. So what are we doing today? Well, we're going to bring in the Chatengine element and hook into the onConnect event. And the onConnect event happens when the WebSocket makes a successful connection. And we're going to get a list of chats that the current user is involved with. Now, obviously, we don't have the functionality laid out yet to create new chats and all that. We don't have that button ready yet. So we already have one chat created in the dashboard, and we can create more, and we can test it by using the dashboard. And we're going to do a little bit of aesthetic stuff as well. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, so if you were hoping for an easy day, today is your lucky day because today is going to be pretty easy. So what do we want to start off by doing? I think we want to do a little bit of cleanup from the last video. So just get rid of this this use effect here in our chat component. So I'm inside of our chat.jsx. Just get rid of that use effect. And I'll get rid of this. Actually, I'll keep this because we're going to import some other stuff from there. In fact, we'll go ahead and start by doing that. I'm going to import from our use chat context, the my chats object, set my chats, chat config, and the selected chat all from here. And what I want to do is underneath that, just simply log my chats. So in other words, the list of chats that I'm involved with, whenever that changes, whenever that updates, I just want to log it. But we don't have any code yet that's setting my chats. I mean, we have the set my chats function, but we have yet to actually hook into Chatengine. So let's do that. That's what we're going to do today. In order to do that, we need to import two functions from React Chatengine. The first one is get chats, and the second one is actually not a function, it's a actual component called Chatengine. Instead of returning that, we're going to return some other stuff. And what is that other stuff, you might ask? Well, the Chatengine. So if the chat config exists, we are going to render out the Chatengine. And only if it exists. Now, if I were to just save this, let's see what happens. We get this crazy looking thing, man. In reality, because of the CSS that I've written, it looks like this, but in reality, it would be this entire like pre-built UI that Chatengine provides to us. But obviously we don't want to use that because we're building our own solution. So how do we get rid of it? Well, very simple. There is a hide UI property, and we're going to set that to true. So when I save that, it goes away. And now we can go about our business. So what else do we need to set on this Chatengine component? We need to set the username, and that is going to be our chatconfig.username. We need the project ID. Notice both I and D is capitalized, and that'll be chatconfig.project ID. And finally, we'll get the user secret. I bet you can guess what that is. That is chatconfig.user secret. So all of that's coming from the code that we wrote in the previous tutorial. So we have that. Now let's go ahead and implement our onConnect event. So this is a function that gets called automatically whenever there's a successful connection to the Chatengine. And this is a WebSocket connection. And when that is successfully connected, we want to call getChats, which we just imported a moment ago right here. We want to call that, and we have to pass in that chat config every time we want to pretty much do anything on the API. And what do we want to do when getChats succeeds? Well, their getChats second argument is a callback, and it gives us an array of chats. And we want to call setMyChats to those chats. So just pass that in. Let's save this. And remember, we're logging my chats each time it updates. So let's have a look over here and see what's going on. So I'm going to actually refresh. You can see that it is undefined right now. And then it becomes an empty array. So when it connects, it becomes an empty array. Now that means that the current user that's logged in, which is the ZACKAZT user, is not involved with any chats. So if I hop over to my chatengine.io dashboard, you can see there's only one chat right now. Well, the only person in that chat is port.exe. So how can I add ZACKAZT to that chat from the dashboard? Just come down here to the chats, click group members, click add member, and then add the ZACKAZT user, or you will probably want to use your own usernames. You don't have to copy mine. In fact, please don't. Use your own. I'm going to add ZACKAZT as the next user and click save. Now, since this is a WebSocket connection, give it a second. Okay. Sorry, but what I was going to say was the onConnect here, now that there is a chat that this particular user is involved with, we can now see the chat object. And we have an admin, and the admin is port.exe because he's the person that created the chat. We have a list of attachments. We have when the chat was created. We have the chat ID. We have the last message and the people that are involved with the chat. And if we open up the people array, we can see that port.exe is in here. We can see that ZACKAZT is in here, so that's me. So we can see all the chats that we're involved with, which is exactly what it is we wanted to do. Okay, that's cool. But what about some other stuff? Remember I said in the presentation that we're gonna do some aesthetic stuff as well. Well, let's go ahead and do that. So we're inside of this React fragment, and there's this statement here that says if chat config, go ahead and render the chat engine. But we also want to create a chat container. Okay, so let's do that. Let's create a div underneath all this with a class name. Whoa. Of chat container. And inside of chat container, we'll create another div, the class name equal to current chat. So this is where our currently selected chat is going to live. Now, in the case of actually having a selected chat, so if selected chat exists, remember, we're actually getting that from our shared state here. If selected chat exists, for now, we're just going to render out a React fragment since we know we can't select chats yet, so I'm not worried about that. Otherwise, what do we want to render? We want to render another div. And this div is going to have a class name called no chat selected. Easy enough. In here, we're going to put in an image, and it's going to be that hand that was pointing to the left that says, hey, select a chat. But if I remember correctly, you guys do not have that image yet. So let's go ahead and get that image. In the description of this video, you will find a URL to the image that we're going to be using here. So go ahead and click on that URL, and it should bring you here. And I'm going to click Save Image As, and I'm actually going to go all the way into where my project is located. I'm going to go into the public folder, and I'm going to save it inside of my public folder and click Save. So now I've got this inside of my public folder. Hopefully. I'm going to rename it because it saved it as point left 1. I need to rename this to get rid of that 1. So now it's just point left.ping. So I've got that in my project. So since I have that in my project, I can actually create an image tag that references that image, which is what I want to do. And I'm going to put that inside of my no chat selected div. So the source is /image/point-left.ping. Notice that it's /image. Well, we don't have a /image in our public folder, so let's create that. Inside of our public folder, create a new folder called img, and just take that point left ping and just drag it into there. I'm going to click move. So now inside of that image folder, that's where that hand lives now. So now it's the correct source. I gave it a class name of point left, an alt of point left. And underneath this, I just want to add some text that says select a chat. I'm going to save it, and let's see what this looks like. Now we have a little bit of aesthetic touch to our chat component. We do not yet have the left rail. That's perfectly fine because we'll be focusing on that in the next video. All right, so part 8, the chat list. So now that we have the framework laid out, we have the chat engine implemented, we've got our context API, we've got Vercel set up, we've got Firebase set up, all this awesome stuff. Now that we have all that laid out, we can begin building our UI with all of our data. So let's talk about the different pieces of the view. There's actually only 2 main pieces, and each of these main pieces are going to consist of several children. So the first piece is the left rail. And the left rail is just that column on the side that displays information such as the header with the username and the logout button, the list of chats. It's always visible. It's always going to be there. And then there's the selected chat piece of the UI, which is going to be where the conversations happen. If you select one of the chats, that's where on the right side, you're going to see all of the messages. It's going to sit on the right side, and it's going to change depending on which chat is selected. So what exactly are we going to be doing today? Well, we're going to create that left rail. We're going to display a list of chats inside of that left rail that the user is a part of. Remember in the last video, we logged it. Well, now we're actually going to show those chats. So we're going to add that create new chat button as well at the bottom. And we're going to bring in semantic UI. We're going to add a couple of vanilla JavaScript helper functions, which are going to be super helpful for us moving forward. And we're going to create a chat avatar component. And this is not going to be the one where we're uploading an avatar. This is going to be the one where we're just displaying the avatar. So let's go ahead and get started on this. So let's start this off by creating our left rail component. So hop over to your code editor and go to the components folder and create a new folder called left rail. And let's do the usual index.js and all that stuff. So left rail.jsx and index.js. Export it. And then don't forget to go to your component level index.js file as well, and make sure you export the left rail there as well. So we're exporting it from both of those places. We can go ahead and begin building our component now. So export const the left rail, and what we want to do is return some JSX, and there's going to be a div, and the class name is left rail. Whoops. I'm gonna save this and see what pops up over here. Okay, absolutely nothing so far. That's because we are not implementing our left rail component yet. So let's go ahead and throw in the left rail to our chat component. And yeah, I think we want to add it probably right here. Let's add it right here. So we got to make sure that it's imported. So let's go ahead and import left rail from components. And now you can see we have the left rail here. Now it's a little big. That's because I'm zoomed in. It's probably not going to look as big on your end, but I'm zoomed in so that you can see everything clearly. I'm actually going to zoom out for a moment just because it's a little obnoxious. And then later on when there's text on the screen that you need to see, I'll zoom back in. Okay. So this is our left rail. We need to put some stuff in our left rail so that it's not just a blank screen. So we need to use our use resolved hook again. Remember that one that we made for our off? Let's use it again. Okay. So let's go into our left rail and pull a couple of things out of use chat. We're gonna want to get my chats and create chat click, but we have to make sure that we, that we import use chat from context. So we have use chat from context. We want to destructure out my chats and the create chat click. That's what this component cares about in terms of used state. But we also need to use chats resolve. We're going to create a chats resolved, and we're going to use resolved for that. Remember, that's that custom hook we made. I've imported it from hooks, and we're going to pass in my chats. So once my chats resolves, then chats resolved will be true. Cool. So how are we going to use that? Well, inside of here, we're going to add in some JavaScript, and we're going to say if chats is resolved, we're going to return some specific JSX. Otherwise, if it has yet to resolve, we're going to return this. And this is a loader that we're going to be bringing in from Semantic UI. And I want to show you what this thing looks like. So we're bringing in loader from Semantic UI React. And I want to actually make sure that the loader is always there. So in order to do that, I'm just going to change this from chats resolved to be false so that it will always show the loader for a moment. Okay. So I don't see the loader. Oh, you know what? I know exactly what it is. So we have to make sure that we import the CSS from Semantic React. We have to import that in our app component so that we have access to all of the CSS from Semantic UI. So go to your app.jsx component and just make sure that at the top here, you import this file right here. So just copy this line right here. We need to make sure that we have that. Okay. And I'm just rearranging this to keep things neat. But yeah, make sure that you have this file imported. And when I save, hopefully, yep, now we see the loader. So that's all it was. I just needed to make sure that we import that CSS file. So now that we know that the loader works, I can go back to saying chats resolved. And when I save it, you can see if I refresh, it's there for a second. And then once it resolves, it disappears. And it's showing this fragment. There's nothing in the fragment right now, so we need to add that stuff. So what are we going to add in there? Well, in this fragment here, we want to add curly braces and check for mychats.length. So if mychats.length, if there is a length, in other words, if there's more than 0, we're going to display a chat list. So I'll create a div here with a class name of chat list container. And for now, I'm not going to put anything in there. We'll create the chat list component in just a moment. However, in the case that there are no chats, I'm going to use a separate div. And this div is going to have 2 class names. So the first class name is going to be chat list container, just like the above one. And then we're going to add a space and give a second class name called no chats yet. And then inside of that, we're going to add h3 with the text no chats yet. Okay, so let's see what this gives us on the left. If I refresh, okay, the reason why is because I actually do have some chats. So if I go back into my dashboard, and you can do this as well, and you go to group members, we can delete ZACKAZT or any user that you're logged in as currently, delete them, click save, and when I refresh, now that the user is no longer in any chats, we see no chats yet, which is exactly what we would expect to see if the user is not inside of any chats. The last thing that we want to add before we worry about the chat list is a button here that allows us to create new chats. So I'm just adding a button, the class name of create chat button, and an onClick function of create chat click. And we're getting create chat click from our used state. We've already implemented this function in our context. So we're just going to call that function whenever we click on this create chat button. So let's save this. And as you can see, it's kind of floating above the bottom a little bit. That's fine. The reason why it's like that is because we haven't added the header yet. And due to the way the CSS is written, it's just going to look like this for now. Don't worry about it. So what happens if I click this? Right now, it actually did create a chat. You just can't tell yet because we haven't hooked into the onNewChat event of the Chatengine component. So don't believe me? Go back to your dashboard, click refresh, and you can see that there's a new chat here. And if I go back to here and refresh, you can see that it no longer, once this goes away, it no longer says no chats yet. So there's in fact a chat that I'm involved with here. However, unfortunately, we don't have the chat list yet. So let's go ahead and create a chat list component. So in the components folder, create a new folder, chat list, and you know what to do. And there we create a chatlist.jsx file, create a index.js file, export, and then we also want to make sure that we do the export at the component level index.js file. So now that we're exporting everything, we can go into our chat list and let's begin building our chat list component. And this is going to be a pretty big one, so bear with me on this one, okay? So in order to fully build this out, we're going to need 2 helpers, but we'll get to that shortly. Let's just start by writing the component out. Now, this is not going to take any props. Instead, we're going to use our shared state. So our shared state comes from use chat, but which items are we going to want from our shared state? Well, we're going to want the my chats, the chat config, selected chat, select chat click, and the delete chat click. That's what we're going to get. Make sure that you have imported it here at the top, the use chat. Below that is all going to be template. So it's pretty much all going to be template in here. So we're going to start with a chat list div. So we'll have a div class name equal to chat list. And inside of here, we're going to map from our chats. So my chats.map. And we're going to take out the current chat we're on and the index so that we can have a key. And of course, we're going to return, whoops, it's supposed to be parentheses. We're going to return a div for every chat. Now this div is going, it created a little bit too much for me here, is going to have a key, and the key is going to be index. And we're also going to want to add a couple of class names that are conditional here. So the first class name is actually chat list item. That's not conditional. That's always going to be here. Now notice I'm using backticks. I'm not using the apostrophes or the single quotes. I'm using backticks, which is located under the escape button on my keyboard, which will allow me to inject a little bit of JavaScript into my string. And all this is saying is if the chat ID that we're currently looping on is equal to the selected chat ID, then we're going to give it a class called selected chat item, which is going to allow us to highlight the selected chat on the left by giving it a unique class. Otherwise, we're not going to give it an extra class at all. So potentially there's going to be 2 classes on this given chat list item. So in between these 2 tags, we're going to be adding another div. Who could have guessed? This div is going to have, you guessed it, a class name. And the class name is going to be chat list item content. But this div is also going to have an onClick function. And this onClick function is going to be the select chat click, and we're going to call it with the chat that we're on when we're looping through this map here. So we're saying an arrow function that goes to select chat click with the current chat that we're on. Okay, we're making our way through. Let's be patient here. Almost there, kind of. So there's three different, well, let's see, two or three, two-ish different sort of avatar situations that we want to display. If you remember, there is group chats, and on group chats, we want to show a different icon than if it's a one-on-one chat. And also, we're going to end up checking if the other user has an avatar, because if they do have an avatar, we're going to show an image. Otherwise, we're going to show that little circle with the first letter of their username inside of it. So that means we're going to do some conditional logic here. And the chat has a people property, and we're going to check the length of that. And if it's equal to 1, then that means we're alone in here. We don't have any people that we're talking to. It's just an empty chat, and we're the only people inside of this chat. So when we create a brand new chat, like we did a moment ago here, that's how it's going to be. There's only going to be one person inside of it, and that's the admin. So it's an empty chat. No messages, nothing. Oh, there might be messages, but there's nothing yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to show a specific view if there's nobody in there. And we're going to use the icon element from the semantic UI. So we have to make sure that we import that. So at the top here, you can see I've imported icon from semantic UI React. Make sure you import that. And we're going to make sure it's circular. We're going to invert it, set the color to violet. And the name of the icon is the actual icon we're showing. It's going to be user space cancel. Okay. So that's the icon we're going to show. Now we're actually going to want to show a message as well with it that says no one added yet. So create a div with a class name of chat_list_preview, and then inside of there, create yet another div with a class name of preview username, and the text should just say no one added yet, okay? Now, that's if the length is equal to 1. Well, what if the length is equal to 2? We can add yet another ternary operator inside of here. So if it's equal to 2, we're going to return a different scenario. So let's do this. We're going to have a chat avatar component that we're going to add a little bit later. So I'm going to just do something here that just says like avatar. And underneath that, we're going to put in our chat list preview. So same exact div as this, same class name. And then we're going to have a preview username div because we want to make sure that we display their username inside of here. So add a div with a class name of preview username. And then this is where we're going to add a helper function. So what is this doing? Well, we're going to have to create it. So I'm going to show you in just a second. For now, I don't want to worry about that because I don't want to jump around too much. So I'm just going to say other username. So it'll just display other username. And then we are showing a preview of the username. We should also show a preview of the message. So we'll create another div here with a class name equal to preview message. And I'm going to just full screen this so we can see it a little bit more clearly. Inside of here, we're going to do a little bit of logic that grabs just the first 50 characters of the message and then appends some dots to the end. So c.lastMessage. You remember there's a last message property of that object. And we're going to loop through, or we're not going to loop through, we're going to say if the attachments, if there's any attachments whatsoever, we're going to display a specific string that says the person who sent that message, whoever sent the last message, their username, so c.lastMessage.sender.username, sent an attachment, okay? And otherwise, okay, so if I do this, sorry about that. Otherwise, if there are no attachments in the previous message, then I'm going to say c.lastMessage.text, and this is where we're going to slice, so .slice 0 to 50, the first 50 characters out, and then we're going to append 3 dots to the end, okay? So it looks like there might be a small, nope, there's no typo yet. It's just that we have a second ternary operator after this first one. So we have to close off that ternary operator by giving the else case. So otherwise, if it's not equal to 1, if c.people.length is not equal to 1, and c.people.length is not equal to 2, then the final case is that the length of people is greater than 2. In other words, it's a group chat, okay? So in the case of a group chat, we're going to have yet another icon. It's a little bit different. It's going to be this brown icon. So icon, circular, inverted, color equals brown. And it's going to be called users. Notice the S at the end, users, plural. We're going to have another helper function that's going to be called join usernames. So we'll get into that in a second, but let's create a div under here. Class name is preview message. So these are all following the same standard. My apologies, preview username. So it's all following the same standard here. As you can see, it's in all 3 cases. It's the content that's different. And inside of here, we're going to use that join usernames helper function that we're going to create. But for now, I don't want to jump around too much. So we're just going to say bunch of people. Okay. And below that, we're going to have the preview message div. So I'll just copy this class name, paste it into this div here. And inside of here, it's going to be the exact same as this. So I'm just going to copy this entire thing here. Excuse me, and paste this in, save it, and let's see what we end up with on the right, on the left. There is no syntax error. I just had to refresh. Give it a second. Okay, so the reason why we're not seeing anything is because, let's find out. Oh, because we have to actually put the chat list inside of the left rail. So here, where we have the chat list container inside of our left rail.jsx, it's time to throw in our chat list. So make sure you import your chat list. It should be from components, just like this. And I'll just move this to the 3rd line to make it look neat. Save, and let's see what happens. Awesome, we actually have a chat list item here. So what happens if we, let's add a new chat. Let's create a new chat, refresh. Now we have 2 chats. Well, let's add port exe to one of these chats. Let's go to group members and add port exe to one of these chats. Click save. I'm going to refresh. Now we get that thing I was showing you earlier, which is case number 2, I think. Let's look. Case number 2. So case number 1 is this guy. Case number 2 is this guy. And now we're kind of just hard coding other username here. And we're also just hard coding the word avatar. This is where we're going to go ahead and create those helper functions and kind of, you know, make this look a little bit neater. But before we do that, we want to just test our 3rd case, which is in the case of 3 users. Now, I get it. You might not have multiple emails to play around with. So you don't have to technically use a real email when you're signing up. In a real world application, you would have the user verify their email by checking their email and clicking a link, but we're not going to have to do that here, especially during development. So what I'm going to do is open an incognito window, go to the app, go to the sign up page. You know, I'll create a test user, just like that. And for the email, it's just going to be test_user at thisisaTestLOL.com. So just remembering that. And I'm going to create a user that way. And now we have this new this new user. Now this seems to have broken. Why is that? Let's take a look here. It says cannot read property avatar of undefined. It's possible that something went awry. in our stack of calls here. So let's look. It successfully created the test user. And it appears to have successfully created this. So I'm not entirely sure what the error was. I'm not going to worry about that too much right now. I'll refresh and see if it continues to break. Okay, so it must have just been a one-off thing, or we can figure out what it was a little bit later on. Could just be that we haven't finished the code yet. But now the point is we have a third user that we can add to this chat right here. This chat right here already has 2 users. I'm going to go ahead and add a third user. Test _ user. Click save. And now I can refresh inside of my ZACKAZT chat. If I refresh, now you can see that this is the third case. We have a group chat icon, and we have this hard-coded thing that says bunch of people, which we're actually going to write a helper function in just a second that like combines their usernames and separates it with commas. But I just wanted to make sure that so far so good. Let's go ahead and work on these helper functions. So let's start off with the not me helper function, and then we'll move on to the join usernames helper function. So I'm going to full screen this so we can just focus on the code for a minute. This piece right here, this is the piece right here we want to focus on. It says other username. Now, when we display a chat list item, so if I bring this over for just a quick second, wrong one. Actually, I should close that. We have, okay, well, here's a group chat. So I need to actually remove user number 3 really quick. I'm just going to remove test user from this chat, save it, refresh. So when we have a chat with just 2 users in it, there's 2 users inside of there. So how do we get the username of the other person in the chat when it's an array of users? Well, we're going to have to find that user, the user that's not me. And that's what the name of this function is called. It's called not me. That's why I'm going to call it that. I think it's a simple way to think about it. And it's really quite a simple function, to be honest. So I'm going to create a folder in the source folder called helpers and create a file called notme.js. We're going to export that from helpers. Somehow I'm inside of the index.css file. I don't know what just happened there. Let's try this again. Index.js, export that file. And let's go inside of the not me, and we're going to talk about this code that I just pasted in. So not me is a function that we're exporting that takes a chat config, so the entire chat config, and it takes the selected chat, and it's going to loop through the people of that selected chat, so the array of people, and it's going to try to find, that's what this is, find. It's going to find the particular person where the person's username does not equal the chat config's username. So that's effectively finding the person object that is not you. And then we're going to take that person object and return the person.username for that object. And notice all the optional chaining I'm doing here. This is just to prevent myself from having to do all these if checks. I've got a video on optional chaining. I know I've been using it throughout this tutorial, but it is really a simple concept. If it's confusing you, please look it up really quick. You'll love using it. But we're going to grab the person.username from the one that we find. And if it doesn't exist, then we're just going to end up returning like undefined or something like that. And yeah, so that's all not me does. It's literally that simple. So let's jump into here. And instead of returning other username, let's return a JavaScript function. So add your curly braces. Let's use not me. Now make sure that that imported from helpers. And I go back down here, and we need to call the function with the chat config and the selected chat. Now, this is not, we don't want to call that with literally the selected chat because this isn't the actual selected chat. We're looping through an array of chats. So we want to pass in the chat we're currently on in the iteration, which is C. So with that being said, I've saved this. And now you can see that it's displaying the user that is not me, because I'm currently logged in as ZACKAZT, Zach asked. And there's two people in this chat, ZACKAZT and PortExe. So it managed to find the other user and display their name here. So that is what that does. But then there's another helper that we have to add, and that is the join usernames. So we're going to need to add that really quick. And we're going to add that on line 51. You see where it says bunch of people? Instead of it saying bunch of people, we're going to want to implement the join usernames function. We don't have that yet, so jump into your helpers folder, create a new file called joinusernames.js, and make sure you export that. And we jump back into the join usernames function, and let's go ahead and implement that. So what are we going to do? We're going to export a function called join usernames. What is this function going to take? It's going to take an array of people, and it's also going to take the current user name. And all it's going to do is it's going to return an @ symbol followed by what we're going to write here, which is people.map. We're going to take all of the usernames, or all of the people, and just reduce it down to the username. So p goes to p.person.username. So now instead of an array of people, we have just an array of usernames. And then we're going to filter out the username that is us. So in other words, for each username, we want to filter out the one where username is equal to current username. So we want all the usernames where username does not equal current username. And then finally, we want to join all of those items in the array with a single string of a comma and an @ symbol. Okay. So I'm going to put this all on its own line to make it nice and clean, or separate lines, my apologies. And add a semicolon and call it a day on that function. So we need to actually make sure that we are implementing that function. So inside of this curly brace that we have here on my line 52, we're going to call join usernames, make sure that it imports. As you can see, it is imported here. Oops. And we're going to, looks like I lost it. There it is. We're going to call the function with c.people because that's a list of people that we have. And then we're going to also pass in the chat config.username because that is, and that's a capital N, by the way, that is current username. If there's a bunch of usernames in here, or if some of the usernames are super long, it's going to overflow. So we want to make sure that we just slice the first 50 characters out, so 0 to 50, and then add the 3 dots at the end. Oops, make that 3. And let's see what we have here. So we need to make sure we go back to the dashboard, add the third user back in here, so test user, save, refresh, and now we have a group chat with the usernames combined with commas and all that good stuff. So I'm going to actually remove that third user one more time, and I'm going to refresh. And the last thing that we want to do here is get rid of this little avatar guy, because instead of showing the word avatar, we want to show a real, actual avatar. So we have to build a chat avatar component, and that's what we're going to do right now. So I'm going to clear out all this crap, make sure I keep chat list open, just keep that open. And I'm going to create a new component called chat avatar. Chat avatar.jsx index.js, import it from there. And make sure to import it at the component level. I'm sorry, export it. Export that avatar. And now that we have this, let's go ahead and start creating our component. Now it's going to take a single prop that we're gonna destruct out, actually it's gonna take 3 props, chat, username, and class name. And the reason why we're passing in a class name is because we're gonna wanna be able to customize the class name of the div that we're gonna be putting inside of here, okay? So we're gonna need 2 things. We're gonna need to get the chat config from useChat, and we're gonna wanna import both useChat and useState, of course, because we're gonna wanna create a piece of state called avatar. Now make sure you've got everything imported here at the top. Usual stuff. Muscle memory at this point, right? And we're gonna return a template here at the bottom that looks like this. Now, what is this image component you see? Well, that's actually gonna come from semantic UI. So at the top, import image from semantic UI. So what we're returning here is if avatar exists, we're going to return an image of their avatar. And this is a class name. And we're saying we're going to give it the class name that we pass in here. But if that doesn't exist, we're going to short circuit to chat list avatar. And the source is going to be avatar. And remember, avatar is what we're going to be getting from Firebase. It's that URL to that user's avatar image. So this is going to end up being a URL. So the source is the URL to the avatar, and that's if the avatar exists. Otherwise, if the avatar does not exist, we are going to have a div. Same logic for the class name, except instead of chat list avatar, we're going to say empty avatar if class name doesn't exist. And what we're going to pass into this div is we're going to say chat.people. So we have access to chat because it's one of the props here. And we're going to find the chat where the username does not equal the current username. That looks familiar, right? Is that the same thing as not me? So maybe we can actually use not me here. So maybe we can actually check and let's see if that's the same logic. It looks like it, huh? Yep. So let's go ahead and just look one more time, chat config. Yep, so chat, okay, sorry, I'm kind of thinking in my head. Not me, make sure that we import not me. That comes from helpers. And we're gonna pass in the 2 arguments. The first one is supposed to be chat config and the second one is supposed to be selected chat. We have chat config already, so we can pass that in. And the selected chat is actually the chat that we're passing in here as the prop. So that's the second argument. And it already returns the username. So I can get rid of all this stuff. And it's just gonna take this 0 here and uppercase the first letter. That's what this is, the first letter of the username. And we're gonna uppercase it. Now, how are we gonna get the avatar? Well, let's create an effect inside of this. And we wanna call it with a dependency array with chat config, and username in the dependency array. And we're gonna call out to Firestore. So FB, make sure we import that from service. I know this is a lot, guys, but getting a lot done here. So fb.firestore .collection, whoops. And the collection is chat users. And we're gonna do a query. We wanna get the chat user where the username with a capital N is equal to username with the lowercase n. Then we're gonna call get on that so we can get a promise. And when that promise resolves, we're gonna take the result and we're gonna do this right here. We're gonna say data is equal to, instead of calling this res, I'm gonna call it snap just to be a little bit more specific because this is a snapshot. I'm gonna grab the first document from that list of docs, and if it exists, that's what this optional chaining is saying. We're gonna grab the data and set that equal to this variable data here. Now if data question mark dot, so optional chaining, if data dot avatar exists, then we're gonna set avatar equal to data dot avatar. So we're effectively setting avatar in this component's state if we can go out to Firebase and get this user's avatar if it's not an empty string, if it exists, basically. So we don't have any avatars right now to really test, but we can manually add one just to make sure that this thing works. And we'll do that in a second. But we need to actually get rid of this hard-coded avatar thing here and bring in our chat avatar component. Make sure that it imports. I'm going to get rid of this stuff because I prefer the clean import style. So chat avatar I've just brought in, and we got to pass it a couple of props really quick. The first one is username. And that's actually with the lowercase n. Hopefully this isn't confusing you with all the different uppercases and lower cases. And we're going to set that equal to not me, chat config, and C. And then of course we're going to set chat equal to C. Now if we go back to chat avatar, you can see that there's also a class name prop, but we really don't need to use that because there is a default fallback class. So we're only going to override this in certain scenarios. We'll get to that later, different video. What happens when we save this? We have a successful avatar. And this is what I would expect too, because the username is port.exe and P is the first letter of that. And that's what the avatar looks like. So let's go to Firebase, find port.exe here, and let's find an image on the internet and set that as the avatar and see if it works. So let's just go to Google. Let's just go to imgur.com. Let's find a random image. I don't know. We'll just go with this. This is just a random image. Copy image address. So I got the URL here. I'm going to paste that in and click update. So now port.exe has an avatar. I'll click refresh and see what we have. And what do you know? Actually, there's the avatar. I'll zoom in so you can see it. You can see there's the avatar right there. So it's working properly, but I'm going to delete that just because that was for testing purposes only. If I refresh again, you can see that there's just a P there. Awesome. So I think the only thing that's left to add for the chat list in today's video is the ability to delete a chat. So we've already got the functionality for delete chat click. We just have to set up the click functionality for that. We're going to do that at the very end here, right here between these two closing divs. I'm going to add in a div with a class name of chat item delete and an onClick function that goes to delete chat click. We pass in C. Notice I'm passing in this arrow function. And C is the current chat that we're iterating through. And we're going to add a semantic UI icon with a name of delete. Save it. Let's have a look here. Notice now when I hover over these, there's this X. So I created this chat. I know I'm the admin of this chat, so I should be able to delete it. Let's click delete here. Are you sure you want to leave this chat? That wasn't the message I would have expected there, right? So let's create a chat, refresh, click on this again. See, what I thought is we should be seeing this message. Are you sure you want to delete this chat? And that's because we have this is admin. Oh, I see. It should be chat.admin.username. My apologies. So it should be chat.admin.username with a lowercase n right here. So now we should see the proper message. And we do. Are you sure you want to delete this chat? So now I can officially properly click OK. And when I refresh, that chat is gone and it should be gone here as well. Success. So this chat right here, if I click delete, also lets me delete it because I am the admin. But look, here's a chat where port.exe is the admin. If I add ZACKAZT to that, click save, go back to the app, refresh. Now you can see, I don't know which one's which actually, but if I try to click on the first one, it says, do you want to leave this chat? So that's how I know I'm not the admin of that one right now. So I click OK, then I refresh and it should be gone. So I've successfully left the chat, but if I refresh, the chat should still be there. It is. It's right here. Okay. Awesome. All right. So adding users. So chats aren't chats without users. We need the ability to search for users so that we can add them to the chats. It's a pretty simple feature, but in order to do that, we're gonna have to understand the concept of debouncing, which is the idea that we don't want to send too many requests to the server when the user is typing. So let's just take into consideration the idea of a search input. And let's say that the user, every time they type in a letter, we want to go out to the server and search for a username that contains the keyword that they're typing into the search bar. Well, if they type in like 5 letters in a second, let's say they're typing quick, we don't want to send 5 requests to the server in a second. We don't want to send a bunch of requests in a short amount of time. That's a bad idea. So what we're going to use is the concept of debouncing, which is the idea that when the user stops typing, we wait some length of time. In our case, it's going to be half a second before we say, okay, they've stopped typing. Let's go ahead and send the request to the server. So that way we're preventing our application from basically DDoSing our own server and preventing too many requests from being sent. So we're going to create our own custom debounce hook in this video. So what are we doing today? We're going to create multiple users in the dashboard if we haven't already. So I'll make that clear that that needs to happen. We're going to create the chat toolbar component. We're going to be creating the search users component. And as I said before, we're going to create a debounce hook. So let's get started. So I think we should just go ahead and start off with the chat toolbar component. So I'm going to open up my code, go to the source folder, go to the components folder, and create a new folder in my components folder called chat toolbar, and do the usual stuff, chat toolbar.jsx and an index.js file, which we will export everything from chat toolbar. We got to do the same thing at the component level index file. So in here, we'll export everything from chat toolbar. All right. And then let's go ahead and build our chat toolbar component. So export const chat toolbar is equal to a function. And this function is going to return our JSX for our component here. All right, so we're going to need to do some importing as usual. I'll just start off by importing the use chat and the use state functions. So use chat comes from context and use state comes from React. We're also going to want our join usernames helper. And we might as well also grab icon from semantic UI because we're going to need that as well. We're also going to have to use a component called search users, but we're going to implement that afterwards. And that's going to be our little search bar. So for now, let's, at the top of this, we're going to say select a chat and chat config. We want you from use chat. And we're going to create a chunk of state called searching, which is going to be a Boolean that's initialized to false at first. So in the beginning, when we first load this component, searching is false, but we will set searching a little bit later on. So what are we going to return here? Let's return a React fragment because there's going to be 2 pieces to this. There's going to be the toolbar itself, and then there's going to be the search bar. And we're going to hide the search bar unless the user is searching. So we will start with the chat toolbar. We're going to create a div, and we're going to give it a class name of chat toolbar. And inside of here, another div with a class name of chat header text. And inside of the chat header text, we're actually going to join the usernames of everybody who's inside of this chat. And we have that join usernames function. We need to pass in the list of people. So selected chat.people. And then we need to pass in the current username. So chat config.username with a capital N. And I want to slice this down to just the first 100 characters. We've been doing 50 for the left rail, but since this is, we'll have more space here, I'll limit it to 100. So that is all for the chat header text. But on the other side, we want to have an add user icon. So I'm going to create a div here with the class name of add user icon. And then inside of that, I'm going to add an icon from the icon component that we imported from semantic UI React. The color is gray. Make sure that you use gray as in G-R-E-Y and not A-Y. And then name is user plus. And we're going to give it an on click, which is going to set searching to true, so that when we click it, searching flips to true. Now, since we don't have a search users component, we're going to do that in just like a moment or two. I'm going to just add a div that's only going to be visible. So we'll say if searching, we want to show this div that's just going to say something like hello. Now we need to add this chat toolbar to our chat. Let's see, where do we want to add this? Probably in the selected chat area. Let me see. Yeah, so right here where I'm passing in this this template, React fragment, I'm going to replace that with a div and give that a class name. Set that equal to chat, and then in here, that's where I'm going to put my chat toolbar. Okay, so make sure that we are importing chat toolbar correctly, the nice and clean way. We already have a components import, so I can just put a comma here and add it right here. Save that, and let's take a look at what we have. So I'll refresh. So when I select this chat, now you can see that there is a toolbar here, and it's got the username, and on the right, it's got this icon. And if I click it, you can see hello appears. So that everything we've written so far appears to be working perfectly well. I'm going to get rid of that. That was just to prove out that that was working. We're going to add a search users function. I'm sorry, search users component. So go to your components folder, new folder, search users, create 2 files in there. Search users.jsx and then index.js. Export. And make sure you export at the component level. And in here, we're going to put our component. Okay, so the search users component. What is this going to consist of? Well, we're going to have some imports here at the top, but I'm going to start by just importing, whoops, if it would stop doing that, that'd be great. So I'm importing use chat from context because we're going to need our shared state, or at least a little bit from shared state. And we're going to need to make sure that we import search from semantic UI. And we need to import a couple of things from React. Now, use effect is normal. We've seen that a bunch. We've seen use state a bunch, but use ref, that's a little bit different. We'll get into that in a little bit later, but it's going to allow us to create references to elements in our template and basically perform logic with those. We're also going to need 2 methods from React Chatengine. We're going to need add person and get other people. And we can start off by going in here and saying that we need 2 props. We need visible and we need a close function. Now we are going to start off by creating a search ref variable and setting that equal to use ref. Notice I'm using let instead of const here because it's going to end up getting reassigned. Now we need a piece of state called loading, which is going to be a Boolean that's initialized to false. We need another piece of state, which is going to be a string called search term, which is going to be initialized as an empty string. And this is going to represent what is inside of the search text bar. Now we need another piece of state called search results. Now let's look at this. So if it's null, then we're not searching for results. If it's an empty array, that means we've searched for results and we've realized that there are no results. So the user that they're searching for doesn't exist. If we have an array with stuff inside of it, then we know we have results. So we're initializing this with null to say that, hey, we haven't even done any searching yet, so we don't know whether or not there are results because we haven't searched yet. Now we're going to need to create an effect right here, and it's going to change, it's going to run this effect whenever visible changes. So visible is a prop that we're taking in here, and whenever visible changes, we're going to check and make sure that visible is true. And if it's true, and also if search ref is not null or undefined, if it's truthy in some way, we're going to call focus on search ref. And focus exists because our search ref is going to be a ref to an input element, and input elements in HTML have a focus, sort of focus event that we're going to utilize. So if you can imagine a text input on the screen, when you click inside of it, the text input is focused. When you click outside of it, it's no longer focused. This is going to allow us to programmatically focus onto it. So what this is saying is when this search bar becomes visible, we want to automatically have the cursor be placed inside of there so the user can just start typing without them having to manually take their mouse and click inside of it. It's just convenient for the user. Now let's pull out some of that state from use chat. We need my chats, set my chats, chat config, selected chat, and set selected chat. Okay. So now that we have all this, we're going to need to add a little bit of a helper function. And this helper function is going to be called select user. Because when you search for a user and you find the user that you want to add to your chat, the user is going to be able to click on that user, and we need a function to run when the user clicks on that particular user. So we're going to create a function called select user, and it's going to be a function that accepts a username. And I'm using the lowercase n version here. And we're going to create a variable called filtered chats. Now, what is filtered chats? Well, it's going to take my chats and it's going to filter out all of the chats where chat c.id, so the chat that we're on, does not equal the selected chat.id. So that's the filtered chats. Now, the updated chats is a variable that we're going to create directly under this, which takes the currently selected chat, spreads it out into an object, and then adds a new people key. So we're overriding the selected chat's people key, which is going to be an array with all of the current selected chat's people. That's what this spread operator is doing. And then at the end, we're appending a new person object with the username of the user that we're passing in here. So this username that we're passing into this select user function, we're just adding a person to that, okay? Then we're going to, once this completes, we're going to set selected chat. And we want to set selected chat to the updated chat instead of the currently selected chat. So we're basically creating a new chat with the new person inside of it that the user clicked on. And we're setting the selected chat equal to that updated chat that we just set up. Then we're going to set my chats, which is the array of chats that we are involved with. We need to update the chat that that you're inside of, that you just updated. We need to update that inside of our my chats array as well. So in order to do that, we're going to spread out filtered chats instead of my chats and pass in the updated chat. And now we have the updated list of my chats. And then finally, once all that's done, we're going to call close function so that we can close the search because, you know, you've selected a user. We should be done here. And if they want to add another one, they can go and click the button again. Okay. So with that out of the way, let's create one more effect down here. Whoa. And this effect is going to take a couple of dependencies. It's going to take chat config and selected chat. And let's also give it, what is it? Search term. Let's also pass in search term. So since we're passing in search term, every single time the user updates the search term, this effect is going to run. So we want to start by set loading to true because we're going to start a search. And once we've done that, we're going to call get other people, which is a function that we're importing right here from React Chatengine. So we call get other people, and we need to pass in the chat config, obviously. And we need to pass in the selected chat.id so it knows which chat we're trying to get other people for. And that callback that it provides us, whoops, not what I'm trying to do. The callback that it provides us, whoa, is going to pass in two variables for us. It's going to give us the chat ID and the data. We don't care about the chat ID. We only care about the data. So what are we going to do inside of here? We're going to grab the usernames. So const usernames is equal to object.keys So we're trying to get all of the usernames for all of the people inside of this chat, essentially, that we can add to this chat. All right. So all of the people we can add to this chat, we're going to get all of their usernames by saying object.keys data.map. And we want to map each of these keys, so each key, to data key.username. So what this is saying is we're basically going to create an array from this object, an array of the keys of this object, map through it, and then make it basically an array of just their usernames. Okay. Then we're going to take that and then filter that array. So we're going to filter out the usernames. And for each username, we want to filter out where u.toLowercase dot includes, and I'll explain this in a second, don't worry, search term dot to lowercase. Now the reason why I'm checking for lowercase is because if the user types in a capital letter or a lowercase letter, when they're searching for a username, we don't want the search results to be affected by that. We want it to always just not care about the casing. So basically, we're just finding all of the usernames that matches the search term that the user's typing in. And we're running this every single time the search term updates. And now that we have the list of usernames that might make sense for the current search, below this, we're going to set the search results by mapping each of the username to an object. And we're just going to set the object to an object that has a single property called title, and we're going to set that value of that title to the username. And the reason why is because the search bar in Semantic UI expects an object of this shape. It does not expect an array of strings. It expects an array of objects where each object has a title. And then once this is all done, we can set loading back to false. Okay. What we want to do is take all of this functionality here and actually cut it. And oops, I forgot one curly brace. We want to cut all this and wrap it inside of an if block because we want to check whether or not there is actually a search term, whoops, before we do this search. Because, you know, maybe they pressed backspace, and if there's no search term, when they backspace, you know, it's an empty string, we don't really want to search for anything because that doesn't make sense. So if search term doesn't exist, we're going to say set search results equal to null. And therefore, you know, basically getting rid of any search results that might exist. Okay, so let's go ahead and build out the UI portion of this. So we'll return a div, and this div will have a class name equal to user search. Now, we're also going to pass in a hard-coded inline style. Well, it's not hard-coded, it's actually going to be dynamic. We want to set the display based on the variable visible. This visible right here that we're passing in as a prop. So depending on what that is, we want to give it a particular display value. So if visible is true, we want to set visible to block. This is CSS. Otherwise, we want to set it to none. So we're going to hide it if visible is false, and if visible is true, we're going to show it. That's what this is saying. Now, all that's left is to put in our search bar, which is coming from Semantic UI. So let's go ahead and do that. We're already importing search here at the top. We're importing this from Semantic UI React. So let's go ahead and give it all of the props that it needs. First, we need to say fluid. Then we need to add an onBlur function. And on blur, we want to call close function. So in other words, when they click out of the input, we want to go ahead and hide the input. Now on loading, loading is a Boolean that we can actually pass in our state loading variable that we defined above in as the loading that this search bar expects. Now it's going to need a value, and the value is simply going to be search term. So each time you type inside of this, the value is going to be the search term, which means we also need to make sure that we update the search term each time the user types inside of it. But that's very easy because we can use the onSearchChange. OnSearchChange is a function where we're going to take the event and set search term equal to e.target.value. Above that, I want to add a placeholder, which is just simply going to be the text that appears before we type anything inside of it. And it's just going to say search for users. Then we're going to have an open variable, and the search bar is going to be open if search results, and it's not the search bar, my apologies, it's the search results. So that's going to be open if search results exists and we're not loading anything. All right, then we're going to pass in a results variable, and results is going to be equal to search results. The search results prop is going to be equal to search results, which is our state above that we defined somewhere right here. It just needs, I think, 2 more. Yeah, it just needs 2 more props. So we need to give it an input prop because that is what we're going to be using in order to set the ref. So set input equal to an object here, just like this. And we're going to give this object a property called ref, which is a function where it takes R and goes to search ref is equal to R. So just write it just like this, because what this is basically doing is saying when this loads, we're setting our search ref right here equal to this search bar, essentially. So that when we call dot focus, we're actually going to call dot focus on this input. Okay. And then the final thing that we need to add is on result select. So when you click on one of the results, since this UI element gives us like a nice UI to see the results, when we click on one of those results, what do we want to do? And that's this function right here. It's going to give us the event and the data. We only care about the data. And we're going to say if the data.result.title exists, let's go ahead and call select user with data.result.title. And this function right here is the select user function we defined above. Okay, so it's going to call it with the username that we click on. Let's see if we've got this thing working. Zoom in a little bit. Okay. So let's see what happens when I click on this. Okay, we need to add the search users component to the toolbar. So let's do that really quick. So we've got the search user thing added. We actually want to call this search users. So I'm going to rename this file really quick. It should be search users, which means I need to update both my index.js here and the index.js at the component level is already search users. Okay. So now that I've updated this file, we can go back to the chat toolbar, and at the bottom, we can do search users. Make sure that imported properly. It never seems to be automatically imported the way I would hope. And we expect 2 props, visible and close function. So let's pass in the visible first. And visible is just going to be whether or not we're searching. And then close function is going to obviously be a function that sets searching to false. Now let's see if we can see our stuff. All right, so I'll select the chat. Now I see my toolbar just like normal, and I click this. The search bar appears. Now let's search for test user. As you can see, I just typed in test, and test user appears. If I backspace, you can see the debounce. Well, we haven't added debouncing yet. So if I go to my network tab and I clear this out, you can see that as I type, like let's say I backspace twice, it sent 2 requests that quickly. So we're about to add our debounce functionality in just a second. But first, I just want to make sure that clicking on this does what I would expect it to do. So when I open this up and click on this, you can see that it actually added test user to our chat. This turned into a group chat because now there's more than 2 people in it. And we can see the username was added here. So it successfully added the user to the chat. Awesome. If I refresh, is it there still? No. So it did not actually send it out to actually update in the database. So let's check chatengine.io, go to the dashboard for the chat project, and have a look at the chats. And you can see that there's no chat here with 3 people in it. So what that basically means is we've updated it in our app, but we have yet to actually update it in the database. And we'll do that in a second. But first, we want to actually implement our debounce functionality. So we're going to create a hook. Go to your hooks folder, create a new file called usethebounce.js. Go to the index.js file, and export that. Now inside of our Instead of our usethebounce, I'm going to paste in this code and explain what it is so that you can type it as I explain it. So I'm importing useEffect and useState from React. And I'm creating a function called usethebounce, which is going to take a value and a number called delay, which is going to be the number of milliseconds that we want the delay to be before we make the request. We create some state, and the state is called debounce value, and we're going to obviously have the set debounce value that we're going to initialize equal to the value that we pass in here. Then we have an effect. And this effect is going to run whenever value changes and whenever delay changes. We're going to create a handler, which is a set timeout. And you know how set timeout works. We can run a function after some amount of milliseconds passes. And we're going to say the amount of milliseconds we want to wait to pass is delay. So the number that we're passing in here. And we're creating a set timeout. And once that amount of time passes by, we're going to set debounced value equal to the value. So we're basically hesitating some amount of time before we set the debounce value here. And we're just going to keep returning the debounced value instead of the value that's passed into here. Now we have a clear timeout function that we're returning here as a cleanup, because if you remember, we can return a function from useEffect, which will get run whenever this changes. So I'm going to save this because now we have our usethebounce hook. Go back into my search users function. And instead of using search term throughout here, I want to actually use my debounce hook. But in order to do that, obviously I have to import it. So here on the second line, I just imported usethebounce from hooks. And what I need to do is below my search term, create a debounced search term variable. We're setting that equal to usethebounce. And in here, I'm setting the delay to 500 milliseconds and I'm passing in the search term. So this search term will only ever get updated if there's a 500 millisecond delay between the change of search term. So we have a debounced version of the search term. So where do we want to use this? We want to use this wherever we were using search term down here. So instead of search term, we want to use debounced search term. We want to use it here as well. So instead of search term here, we'll use debounced search term. And also we got to make sure that we get rid of search term here and add it here as well. Now we also want to make sure that when we're calling online, oh, it looks like we already updated it. So let me just do a quick search to make sure we're not using search term anywhere else in this component. And it's fine. We still want to set the value of the input equal to search term. So that's fine. So everything is correct here. So let's test out our debounce hook. So I'll go to my network tab, select this guy. If you remember when I was typing in here, I typed in like a couple letters and it made 2 requests really quick. So I'm going to type in 3 really quick. And as you can see, it only sent 1 request right here. And then if I backspace out of it, it doesn't do anything because if you remember, if we go back, this check here, we're doing if the debounce search term, we run all this logic. Otherwise, we just set it to null. And that's why it didn't run it. But as you can see, if I just continue to type and I don't stop typing, it never runs the request until I stop typing it, and then it does. See, it just makes it super great and super convenient for us so we don't DDoS ourselves. That's kind of important. Okay, so the last thing that we need to do here is make sure that when we add the user to the chat, we also update the Chatengine API database with our results here. So all we have to do is take all of this code here inside of our select user function and cut it out. And if you remember, we're importing this add person function. We want to go ahead and implement that here, pass in the chat config. The second argument is selected chat.id. And then the third argument is the user name with a lowercase n. And then we're going to get a callback function, which is where we're going to paste in all of that code that we just had. So now let's test it out to see if it's working. Let's try to add test user here. Test underscore user. I'm gonna click this. If we go here and refresh, we can see that now this chat actually has 3 users in it. We can see it's updated here. If I refresh, it did indeed add and persist the user to the chat. So let's talk a little bit about sending messages. So it's time to chat. Now we can begin sending chat messages between users. Things are starting to come together. So we're gonna need to hook into more events of the Chatengine component, and we're gonna specifically need to hook into onNewChat. So we're already able to create new chats, but we haven't hooked into that event yet. We need to hook into onNewMessage. We need to hook into onDeleteChat so that we can update our UI without having to click refresh every single time. So what are we doing today? We're creating the chat input component, which is going to be where we type in our text to send messages. We're going to be implementing more of the Chatengine events, just like I just mentioned. We're going to be creating the message list component, so not the chat list, but the message list. And we're going to create some more hooks and some more helpers to make everything look better and be awesome like that. So let's go ahead and get started. So before we dive too far into the actual message list, let's go ahead and implement our onNewChat and onDeleteChat events inside of our chat.jsx component. So we have this Chatengine component that we're using, but what we want to do is we want to hook into the 2 events that I just mentioned, onNewChat and onDeleteChat. And a little bit later on in this video, we're also going to hook into onNewMessage, but for now, let's just get these 2 out of the way. So onNewChat, and it's going to be a function that sends us a chat. And whenever we get a new chat, we want to do a check. We want to say, hey, if chat.admin.username is equal to chatconfig.username with a capital N. So in other words, if the admin of the chat is equal to you, if you are the admin of the chat that was just created, then we want to select chat click. Select chat click, which we need to bring in from here. So select chat click. We want to call that automatically with the chat. So what this is doing is when we create a new chat, if you're the admin of the chat, so in other words, if you created the chat, then obviously you're going to be the admin. When you click create chat, we want to go ahead and automatically select that chat for the user so that it's visible on the right side of the screen. Regardless of whether or not you are the admin, we want to go ahead and update the my chats array with the new chat that you were just added to. So we can do the spread operator my chats, and we want to go ahead and also append chat to that array. So we're just setting my chats equal to all of my chats already, along with the new chat that we just added. However, we want to add a sorting function here because we want to make sure that the sorting, it always stays in the same order. And if you don't do this, then what you're going to end up having is the chats being in potentially a slightly different order in certain scenarios. And you don't want that. So we're going to make sure that we always keep the chats ordered by ID. And in order to do that, we'll simply use the sort function that exists within JavaScript arrays already. And we're going to take the IDs and say a.id minus b.id, which is going to give us the sorting that we want. If you're not sure how the sort function works in JavaScript, just go to Google, type in JavaScript array sort, go to the Mozilla docs and take a look at how that works. It's super great. So that's onNewChat. Let's see if this works. So I'm going to click create chat, and so it says cannot read property sort of undefined. So something that I did was off. That's perfectly fine. We'll worry about that in a second. But if you noticed, it did update the chat list. So it updated my chats, but we got an error, and that error said cannot read property sort of undefined. So what might be causing that? Let's take a look. So the problem is that we're putting the sort on the outside here. We actually need to put the sort on the array. So the sort was on the set my chats function. It wasn't supposed to be there. It was supposed to be on the array here, just like this. So when I refresh, I'm actually gonna clear this out, and I'm gonna delete the chat that I just created here. And I'm gonna refresh. Let's take a look here. So I click create chat. And now it adds the new chat and it selects it automatically for us. So now we can just instantly go over here and add a new user. Cool. So the second half of this is I also want to implement the onDelete chat method. Because if you noticed, when I clicked delete chat a second ago, I had to refresh in order for the chat to disappear. We don't want to have to do that. So let's do the onDelete chat. And it's just like the other one. It's going to take the chat. And we're going to want to sort of do a check here as well. We want to say if the selected chat, the current chat that we're on. So in other words, if I go to delete this chat and I've already got it open right here, then we want to make sure that we set the selected chat to null so that we're no longer on that chat. But we got to make sure that we pull that out. So set selected chat needs to come from our use chat state here. And then regardless of whether or not we're on that, we want to go ahead and update our my chats array, okay? And it's going to be very similar to probably what you would think. We would want to just simply take all of the chats except for the one we just deleted. That's what we want to set my chats to. All of my chats except for the one that we just deleted, because we don't want that to be part of my chats anymore. So my chats.filter, I'm going to set filter. And for each chat, we want to check the ID on that. And we want to make sure that the chat does not equal chat ID. So the current chat should not equal the chat ID. We're going to filter all the ones out. We're going to filter out the one that we just deleted, basically. Then we're going to make sure we add that same sorting algorithm here. So I'll just be sure to click copy and make sure you're on this filter function and go ahead and paste that sort that is right here and save. So let's see if I can delete this chat and see it disappear while it's selected on this side. So make sure it's selected. And we should see it disappear when I click delete. Success. Awesome. So those are those two functions. Let's go ahead and start working on our chat input. All right, let's go ahead and create our chat input component. So in components, let's go ahead and create it. Chat input.jsx, index.js, export. Make sure to export at the component level. And let's go ahead and export const chat input. Make sure that we do not accidentally capitalize the N there. And let's go ahead and import use state from React. We're going to need that. And we're going to need a couple of other things. We'll need icon. We'll need that from semantic UI React. We are going to need use chat, which is going to come from context. And we're going to need send message, which is going to come from React Chatengine. Then at the top of our component, we're going to need two items here. We're going to need to grab chat config and selected chat from use chat. And we're also going to need to create a piece of state called chat input text, which is going to be our text for our chat input, obviously. Now we need to create a function called send chat message, which we're going to use to call whenever we try to send a chat message. And inside of here, we're going to say if we indeed have a selected chat, and if the chat input text is not empty or anything like that, then we're going to reset chat input text to an empty string. And then we're going to send the message from the function inside of React Chatengine. We're going to send the message, which takes the chat config, the selected chat ID, and an object, which contains an array of files and the text of the message. Now, in this case, we're not sending any files, so we're only going to send text. We're going to have the ability to send images in a different video, but it's not going to be from within the input. It's actually going to be from within a image upload component that we're going to implement separately. So below this send chat message, we're going to do our return. And we want to make sure that in our return, we have a div with a class name of chat controls. And chat controls is going to have a couple of items inside of it. The first item is going to be a div with a class name of attachment icon. It's going to be that little, like paperclip, and an on-click function that's just going to log add attachment click, because we're not going to add attachments in this video. And Inside of that div, we're going to give an icon with a name of attach, and the color is going to be gray. Underneath that, we'll put an input. This will be just your standard input, but we're going to give it a value, and the value will be chat input text. The class name that we're going to use is going to be chat input. Then we'll have a placeholder. Placeholder will simply say send a message, and an on-key press function. And we are adding the on-key press function because we want to detect the enter button. Because if a user is typing in the input and selects the enter button, we want to listen for that and send a message when they click the enter button. So if e.key is equal to enter, then we want to call send chat message, okay? So that's the on key press, but we also want to make sure that we have an on change function, which is going to take the change event and set the chat input text equal to e.target.value, okay? Now below both of those, we're going to add one more small thing, which is going to be our little icon for sending the message, the little arrow icon thing. It's like a paper airplane kind of. So create a div with a class name of send message icon. Set the on click to be send chat message, which is another way of this right here. So our on key press above does the same thing. So you can either press enter or you can click on this little icon. And inside of this div, throw in an icon with the name of send and a color of gray. And that pretty much does it for this component, but let's go ahead and take a look and see what this thing looks like on the screen. So in order to do that, we have to go to our chat component. And inside of here, where there's chat toolbar, underneath chat toolbar, we're going to put chat input. Now go to the top here, and we want to take chat input and import it in the same line as our left rail and chat toolbar imports. Let's see what we have. When I select this chat, it looks like it's not appearing. Let me refresh. There it is. So I've refreshed and it's there now. So send message, if I go back to that function that we created in here, send message, it's going to actually send the message. But what we have yet to do is implemented the on new message event in the chat engine. So let's go ahead and knock that out really quick. So under on delete chat, let's create a variable called on new message. And it's going to take a function. And instead of just taking just the chat, it's going to take two items. It's going to take the chat ID and the message itself. So if the selected chat exists and chat ID is equal to selected chat.id, so in other words, if the selected chat that we have open is the chat that we just got a new message inside of, because you can get messages for chats that you don't have currently selected. We want to check for making sure that we are listening specifically right now for the chats, for the messages on the chat that we have currently open. So if this if statement is correct, then we're going to set selected chat. And we're going to set it equal to an object where we're going to spread out selected chat. Whoa, there we go. And we're going to take the messages and we're going to update the messages array by spreading out selected chat.messages. And we're going to add on the message that we got right here. So we're just effectively adding message to our list of messages. This is kind of like a functional way of doing that, way without mutating the data. So underneath this if statement, we want to create a variable called chat that message belongs to. We're going to go through the my chats array and find the chat where the chat ID is equal to the chat ID that we're passing in here. And it's literally the chat that the message belongs to. So when we get a new message, now we have the chat that the message belongs to. Then we want to create a filtered chats object. And we'll set that equal to mychats.filter. We want to filter out everything except for the chat that we just got a new message on. So C goes to c.id should not equal chat ID. Then we're going to do the same thing that we did previously. You're kind of familiar with this design pattern by now. We're going to create an updated chat object. And updated chat is going to be the spread it out version of chat that message belongs to. And we're going to update last message to now be the message that we just got. Then let's set my chats. And we just want to set it equal to an array where we spread out filtered chats. Actually, we want to take updated chat, put that first, and then spread out filtered chats. I guess that order doesn't really matter because we're going to call sort here. And we're going to sort it A, B, just like we are above A.id minus B.id. So now we have the event for the onNew message, and we have the send chat message. So perhaps what we might be able to see is, let's create a new chat first. And in here, I'm going to add, let's just add port exe, or you know what, let's add test user. So I added test user, and you can see there is no previous message. Wonder what happens if I type in something like hello and click send. You can see that over here, it actually updates. So now you can see that the previous message is updating. So you know that it's actually sending chat messages now, but we don't have an actual chat list. We need a chat list in order to see these chats. So I wonder, are we logging my chats by chance? We are. So let's take a look inside of the array and find the chat that we just, there it is. Okay, yeah, as you can see, the text is hello here for the last message. Cool. Just wanted to verify that. All right, so let's go ahead and build our chat list. I'm sorry, our message list. All right, so you know the deal. We got to create a new component, so you pretty much know what to do. We're going to create a new folder called message list, and we're going to do all that boilerplatey stuff. Do the export. And make sure you export at the component level. Then we can go ahead and build out our message list component. We need to do a couple imports. We need to import use chat from context and chat avatar from components because we want to display the chat avatar next to the messages. Then at the top of this component, we need to pull out selected chat from the chat context here. And we want to return some stuff, okay? So we want to return a div. Whoa, not capital. There we go. With a class name of chat messages. And in here, we're going to do some JavaScript, and we're going to say if selected chat.messages.length. So in other words, if there's some chat messages in this, and if there's actual messages in the selected chat, we are going to do one thing. Otherwise, we are going to do something else. And that something else we're going to do first, which is create a div with a class name of, class name set to no messages yet. And in here, we're just literally going to put the string no messages yet. Now in here, this is where we're actually going to build our list of chat, our messages. So we need to map through our selected chat messages, okay? So selected chat.messages, and we're going to map through this. And we're going to return a div for every single chat message that exists. But for the map, we need to pull out the M, which is going to be the message and the index. So we need to create a div with a key equal to index and a class name equal to chat message. I forgot to close this off. Make sure I don't have any typos here. And inside of that div, we'll do some divception by creating another div. And we're going to give this a class name and set that equal to chat message header. And in here, we'll do a chat avatar, which we've already imported. And we'll pass in the class name because we have the ability to actually pass in custom class names, if you remember, to our chat avatar. And we're going to call this message avatar. Give it a username, and that is a username with a lowercase n. And we're going to access the first index of our message. So in other words, the very first message, we're going to grab the sender, which is a property on that message object, and we're going to pull out the username. So we're just pulling out the username of whoever sent that message. Then we're going to set the chat equal to selected chat because we already have access to that. Now directly below this chat avatar, we want to put in the author. So we're going to put literally the person who sent it. So we're going to have the avatar, but also the username of the person who sent the message right there. Okay, so that is going to be the chat message header. So below the header, we're going to want to actually put the message content. So we'll create a div. Whoops, no question marks. Class name. Class name is going to be message content. And we're going to map through this. So m.map. And for each message, we want to say individual message. So for each individual message, and we'll grab the index as well, we're going to render an image tag. I'm sorry, we're going to render a div. We are going to do an image tag, but not quite yet. This div is going to have a class name of, we are not going to have a class name, actually. We're going to just add a key. Put the index in. Now here we will add a div where we're going to put the message text. This is going to have a class name. The class name is going to be message text. And this is where we're going to put the actual message text. So put your curly braces here, and it's going to be individual message.text, T-E-X-T. Then below that, we want to potentially put an image there because we haven't had the ability yet to send images, but we're going to have that in the future. So we might as well bake in that functionality now that we're here. So if individual message.attachments.length, so in other words, if we have any attachments, then we're going to render out an image tag. And in this image tag, we're going to give obviously a class name with a class name called message image. We need to give it a source. That's going to be individual message.attachments 0 because we're only going to allow one attachment per message, and the file property on that. But we also need to give it an alt. And the alt that we're going to give it is individual message ID plus hyphen attachment. Okay. And I'm just going to add that on the second line for clarity. And that should be it for now. Let's save it. We need to throw in our message list right here in our chat component. So go to where you have your chat toolbar and chat input, and you want to put your message list, message list right in between those two. Now we got to make sure that we import message list from components. So make sure you're importing it from components. Be very careful with that. And let's see what it looks like. Let's refresh. Okay, so for me it breaks, and let's figure out why. Oh, I know exactly what it is. We need to implement the group messages helper function. So let's go ahead and do that really quick. I'll explain what it is. Basically, the finished code that I have here that I was referencing, we need to use the group messages helper that we have yet to implement. And basically what that means is, heck, it would actually be easier just for me to dig right in and show you the finished code, and we can talk about it as we go through. So go to your helpers, create a new file called group messages.js. Make sure to add it to your index. And in here, I'm going to paste in the code. Now I have a huge comment in here that explains exactly what this is doing. It turns a one-dimensional array, so an array of messages, into a two-dimensional array. So in other words, an array of messages, or an array of multiple arrays of messages. So in other words, it turns something that looks like this, where each of these items in this array is a message, into something like this, where each of these items in this array is another array of messages. And what it effectively does is it groups any messages where it's touching another message that belongs to the same sender. Because if you think about a chat application and you send 3 messages in a row, you don't want to show your avatar and your username 3 times. You just want to show it once and then the 3 text messages underneath it. So you kind of want to group these messages together. So you don't have to worry about what this code is doing right here. Just go ahead and type all this in or copy it in from the GitHub. I'll go ahead and leave it here for a second. I left plenty of comments, but basically it's just a small little algorithm that I wrote that groups the messages together. So go ahead and get this in there. And once you have that all written out or copied in from the GitHub, you can go back to your message list component, make sure that you have that group messages helper imported. And let's go ahead and wrap our selected messages here, selected chat.messages. Go ahead and cut that and let's wrap it inside of our group messages function like this. So now that is what it was expecting. So let's see if this works now. It does indeed. So if I send another message, you can see it updates. Now, if I didn't have that group messages set up, what would have happened is you would see this avatar and this username above this hello, and then below this you would see yet another T and ZACKAZT, and then you would see this message. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but this is the wrong avatar for this user. So the person that's sending this message is me. I'm actually ZACKAZT. The person I'm talking to is test user. So when I'm sending this messages, it's showing the wrong username here. So we need to fix that really quick. It's correct everywhere else except right here. So we need to make sure that we are, when we go to the avatar here, let's see where we at, that we're passing in the correct username for the chat avatar. Now, if we look here, it looks like for the chat avatar, first of all, I'm going to get rid of this question mark because it shouldn't ever not exist. So inside of your chat avatar component here on this line right here, instead of it being the not me thing, you want to just pass in username. That's all. It's that simple. Sorry about that little bug. Glad we got that fixed. And our chat message is working. But what I want to do is I want to open up a different browser window. And I'm going to go to localhost 3001, or just 3000 in Firefox. Log in as my test user. So a different user than what I've got here on the left. Now I'm inside, so I want to message him back. I want to say, hey, what's up? Okay, so it's not differentiating here. It needs to differentiate because test user is the person that sent the message here, but it didn't seem to differentiate. So I accidentally typed in the wrong email. Really, I needed this test user. This is a test lol.com. And type in that password. And now I'm separate users. So previously I was actually the same user on both the left and the right. That's why we were seeing that little bit of a bug. But anyway, now I'm in this chat. So I should be able to say, hey, what's up? And it should send as a different user. Awesome. So then I can message back and yeah, all is working well. Oh, okay, sweet. So now we actually have a fully working chat application at this point. Now it's just a matter of making this thing like a little bit better. But before we depart from this video, we're going to want to add one more little piece of functionality. And what might that be? Well, let's send a bunch of messages here. And let's see a little something. Okay. You notice when we're sending messages here, they're at the bottom, but you have to manually scroll. So if I scroll all the way to the bottom and then I send yet another message here, now I manually have to scroll back down again to see it. What we need is the ability to, when I send a message or when the message is updates period, it scrolls automatically to the bottom. And we're going to use a custom hook to do that for us. In your hooks folder, we'll create a new hook called use scroll to bottom. And inside of use scroll to bottom, we are going to paste in this code. Well, I'd like you to type it and I'll explain it as I go. So what is going on here with this code? Let's have a look. So this is, we're importing use effect. We're creating our custom hook. We're going to give it a trigger and a class name. I've got some comments here. So whenever trigger happens, it's going to run this effect. And whenever class name changes, it's also going to run this effect, okay? So in here, if trigger exists, we're going to call promise.all, which takes an array of promises. And then once all of the promises inside of that array are resolved, it's going to, call the then here. So the array of promises that we're creating an array from document.images. So we're going into the document, the DOM of the browser, the document, and we're saying document.images. So we're getting all of the images in the document. And then we're filtering out all of the ones where basically the image is not complete, which means the image has not yet loaded in the DOM. And then we're going to map that to a promise here, where we set the onLoad function to resolve. Now, I know that's a little bit confusing, which is why I'm explaining it now. And I'll explain exactly what that does in a second. But here you can see when that resolves, when all of those images resolve, we're going to go through and get all the elements by class name, where the class name is equal to the class name that we're passing in here. And we're going to set the scroll top equal to the height of the element, or the height of the document. So how does this thing work? Well, we want to make sure that we set the scroll all the way down to the bottom using JavaScript. However, there is some stuff inside of this that does not load immediately. So we can't run this code immediately. What doesn't load immediately? Images. Because if we were to run this instantly, it would scroll to the bottom, then the images would load, and then now it wouldn't be the bottom anymore because the images are there increasing the height of that document. So it's a different height than it was previously. So it wouldn't work like that. It's not good. So what we need to do is wait for all of the images to fully load before we do the scroll. And that is what this is doing here. This is exactly what this code is doing. Okay, so how do we implement this? Very, very, very simple. Go into your message list component and import the hook. This is why I love hooks so much. And all you have to do after you import it is implement it like this. Just call use scroll to bottom, pass in the selected chat and the class name, which is chat messages. It's that simple. Now let's go over here and look. It says use scroll to bottom is not exported from hooks. If that's true, that means I just simply forgot to add it to my index.js. So let's do that. Add it to your index.js in your hooks folder. And now we no longer get the error. So now if I refresh, it automatically scrolls to the bottom here. Give it a second. When I click on this, it automatically scrolls to the bottom. And if I go to the other user and I type in some stuff like this, you can see it automatically scrolls down. So this is actually a super powerful hook. It really is great. All right, so sending images, what's that all about? Well, Chatengine actually handles attachments. So you can attach many different types of files to a message and send it to other people. However, in this tutorial, we're only going to be focusing on images. So what is it we're going to be doing today? Well, we're going to be creating an image upload component to be able to load the image into code and then send it via Chatengine. And that's it. So hopefully today is going to be a nice and easy day. Let's go ahead and smash it. But before we smash it, please smash that like button. Let's move forward. So as I said a moment ago, hopefully today is going to be a nice and easy day for us. All we're going to do is add a image upload component and add it to our chat input so that we can send messages to other users. So let's dig in. So let's create that image upload component. Create it here, put our files in there, and our index.js file. Go ahead and export. And make sure you export at the component level as well. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and build out our component. If I can type. All right, so we're going to want to make sure that we import a couple of things. We're going to want to import image and modal from Semantic UI React. We're going to want to import useEffect, useRef, and useState from React, which you should be familiar with all three of these at this point in the series. And finally, we're going to import Avatar Editor from React Avatar Editor, which is a dependency that we installed at the beginning of this project. That we're not going to be using in this tutorial. We're going to put it in the next video. And that's just going to allow us to make sure that we can crop the image to a 1:1 ratio and not get any weird like resolution avatars in there basically. Now image upload is going to take a series of props. It's going to take a file, a close, an onSubmit, a crop, and a header. And that's because this needs to be flexible enough to support two different use cases. One is sending images in a message, and also one is uploading avatars, which is basically like your profile picture kind of. So at the top of this component, we're going to add two items. We're going to add some state, which is going to be image source, and set image source, which is going to be, I believe, like a base 64 string representation of the image. And we're going to create a crop ref using useRef. Now, we'll put in an effect here, and this effect is going to run whenever file changes. Now, file is being passed in as a prop, and we're going to pass in a file, literally a file, to this component. And whenever file changes, in other words, pretty much when this component is mounted, we're going to create a new file reader object, and we're going to say on load, we're going to set the image source equal to the result, and then we're going to read it as a data URL. And if we hover over this, you can see that it basically transforms the file into what we call a blob. Funny word. So let's go ahead and build out the what we'll call layout of this image upload component. So we actually want to start off with a modal. And we're going to set dimmer, oops, didn't mean to put a dot there. Hold on. We're going to start off with a modal, and we want to set dimmer equal to blurring, which is going to set the background. It's going to blur the background. It's going to make it look nice. And we're going to set open equal to true. Now we need to add a header into our modal. So we're going to use the modal.header tag. And in here, we're going to go ahead and interpolate header into here, which is literally the default is send this image, but we can also override it if we want to. So what are we going to do here? We're going to have modal.content, and we are going to put the image attribute on there to say that this is going to be an image, because it is. And we're going to do a ternary operator based on crop. So crop is passed in, and it's false if we don't pass it in. So by default, it's false. And in the case of sending an image, we're going to just say it's false. But in the case of the avatar, it's going to end up being true. But don't worry about the avatar yet. That's the next video. So if crop is indeed true, we're going to want to use the avatar editor. And we're going to pass in some props, which I'll go ahead and talk about now. We're baking this in so that it's supported, so that the next video we don't have to worry about all this junk. Whoops. I'm just cleaning this up really quick, and then I'll explain what's going on. Okay, so we have a width that we're hard coding to 200. That'll be 200 pixels. A border, which will be 50. And you'll see what that looks like in the next video, but it's basically the separation between the cropper and the actual image. Then we have the height, which we're setting to 200 pixels. So it's a 1-to-1 ratio with the width. So it's a perfect square. The ref is the crop ref that we created right here. And finally, the image is the image source, which is that state that we have here. Awesome. So if crop is true, we get the avatar editor. If it's false, we are actually going to just render out an image. And it's not just any image, it's image with a capital I, and it's image from the Semantic UI React. I'm going to set the size to medium. The source is equal to image source, and alt is just going to be preview. Okay. So now that we have the content laid out, we want to have a section for actions, and the actions is basically just going to be the buttons for like submit and cancel, that sort of thing. So modal.actions. And inside of here, we'll throw in a div with a class name of image upload actions. Then we want to throw in a button with a text of cancel. And of course, we're going to give it a class name, set that equal to cancel, and an on click, and we'll get that equal to close. Now, if we look up here, close is a prop that we're passing into this component. So we're just going to call that whenever we click on this button. Now below that, we're going to throw in another button. So there'll be a second button. And we're going to add a class name of submit. And we're going to add an on click, which is going to be a lot more in depth than the other on click. So let's go ahead and break this onto its own line so that we can look at it nice and cleanly. So what is this on click doing? Well, we're going to check and make sure that we have both crop and crop ref. Now crop, interestingly enough, is, if you remember, false by default. So if it's false, and if it is false, we are going to run what's in this if block if we also have the crop reference. So just keep that in mind. If we are indeed cropping, in other words, if this is the avatar, we're going to do this stuff. Otherwise, we're going to just call on submit. Okay. So what exactly is this stuff? Well, we are setting a variable called canvas. We're grabbing the current from the crop ref and converting it to a get image scaled to canvas. So we're taking the image from the canvas and we're converting it into a data URL. And toData_URL literally takes the image source and converts it into a data, basically a string. So if you can imagine literally the image converted into a string. Then what we're doing is we're calling fetch on canvas, and we're going to call blob on the result of that, which converts it into a blob. And then we're going to call on submit with the blob. So otherwise we're going to call on submit. All right. Now the text for this is upload. And that's everything that we need inside of this component. Okay. But we're going to actually need to be able to call this. So we need to go inside of our chat input, and we're going to make sure that we do a couple of things. Because first of all, we're going to need some new state called image modal open, which we'll throw on the third line of this component. Image modal open is state. We'll initialize it as false. And we're going to need to get use ref from here, use ref. So I'm going to move that to the second line here. So now we're pulling in use ref. So we can create a new ref called input ref. Set equal to use ref and just initialize it as null. And we'll create one more chunk of state called image. Okay, so now we have this new image state and we have this new image modal open state. We need to create a function in here called onFileAttach. Now, whenever we call this, we're going to call it with a file, and we're going to set the image equal to the file, which is this chunk of state here. And we're going to set image modal open to true. So let's go to chat controls and look inside this div here. And you remember how we added this console.log here? Well, we don't want to just console.log anymore. We actually want to do real stuff. So we're going to get rid of this console.log statement, and we're going to paste in an actual function, which creates an input from the input ref.current. So it says, hey, input ref, we want the current, and we're going to set it equal to input. And if that exists, we want to set the input's value to an empty string and click on it. So what is that doing? Well, simple. I'll explain that, but in order to explain it, you have to understand that there's a problem with file inputs inside of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in the world of normal web development. If you were to create an input of type file, you get this this little button that says like upload image, and you cannot style this button. You cannot style it. It's impossible. I mean, you might be able to hack it in some ways, but you cannot style it. So what does that mean for us? What if we want to have a styled button, in our case, literally an upload button, you know, that little attachment icon? Let's show this guy right here. We want this to be our input button, but we can't do that. It's not going to let us do that. So we have to do a little bit of a hack. And this is kind of the standard way to do this. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. In order to do that, I'm going to wrap all of this inside of a fragment. And below this closing div tag, I'm going to throw in this input with type equals file. The ref is the input ref. The class name is file input, and I'll come back to that in a second. We want to accept only JPEGs and PNGs, so make sure you put in image JPEG, comma, image PNG. Go ahead and throw that in there. And on change, whenever we attach an image, we're going to grab the file, and if there is in fact a file, we're going to call onAttach with that file, which onAttach is that little function we wrote right here. Now, what's so special about this input? Well, this little guy right here, if we open our index.css, I wrote all of this for you. You can see that the display is none. So you're not actually going to see this on the screen at all. So we're in the chat input, and if I save this, if I go in here, you can see you don't see a file input anywhere whatsoever. That's because the display is none. So what we're doing is we're actually taking a ref and we're going to programmatically manipulate this input so that we can use our own special designed attachment button, because we don't like the way that the default one looks. At least I don't. So if image modal is open and we in fact have an image, then we're going to render out the image upload component. Now make sure that that imported correctly. In my case, it didn't, so I'm going to get rid of all of that and throw it right here. So make sure you've imported that. I'm going to run back down here. We're going to pass in all of the props that it needs. So the file is going to be image. Remember, it's that string representation of the image. The mode is equal to message. If we go back to the image upload, you can see that there is not a mode prop, so we can actually get rid of that. That's not necessary. We need an onSubmit function. And in this onSubmit function, we're going to call sendMessage, which is a function that comes from React Chatengine. Okay, so we need to call sendMessage with the chat config as the first argument, the selected chat.id as the second argument. Then we're going to pass in an object for the message that we're going to be sending. The text is going to be chat input text, so if we happen to have any text in there. And we are going to add a files array. So files is an array, and it's going to contain the image. So it's going to be an array with only one item in it, and that's going to be the image. And finally, the fourth argument is a function, which is a callback that's going to get called when the message is successfully sent. So we'll set image to null when that happens to reset that. And then we'll also reset the input text as well to an empty string. So upon saving that, this is what we are looking at here in the end. So the question is, does this work? Well, let's find out. Let's send an image. All right, well, I'm clicking on this and, well, nothing's happening. So maybe I need to refresh. Now when I click it, it opens up a thing. Now I'm going to click on the React icon, and you can see that it says send this image. Well, I can click cancel, and you can see nothing good is happening, that's for sure. Now I want to point something out. You might have already noticed this possibly. We are experiencing this find DOM node is deprecated in strict mode error. Okay, so there is a known bug right now as of December 18th, 2020 in Semantic UI that is showing this warning. You don't have to worry about it. If you don't want this to be seen for some reason, you can actually go into your project, go to the index.js file, and get rid of this react.strict_mode tag. If you get rid of that, it'll stop showing that error message. But just know that this is a known error that they're actually working on as we speak. So maybe by the time you're watching this, it won't even be there. Who knows? But we have to take a look at this cancel button and see why it's not closing the modal. And I have a suspicion it's because we did not pass in the close function, right? So let's go ahead and pass in the close function. Well, what should the close function do? It should be a function that sets image modal open to false, right? Because by setting image modal open to false, you're effectively closing this entire element here because this is only open if that's true. So what happens if I click cancel now? It disappears. So what happens if I select the React icon and click upload? Let's wait a second and see what happens. What do you know? It actually sends the image. And if I refresh, does it actually still exist? Let's find out. Well, on the left, you can see that it says I sent an attachment. That's the last message, and it's there. So we are successfully sending images. So uploading avatars. So we're going to use Firebase hosting to store our users' avatar images. And we're going to use Firebase Firestore to store the URL to that particular user's avatar. Now, what we're doing today is we're going to add a Rail header component, which you saw at the very beginning of this tutorial series at the top of the Rail. And we're going to add the ability to upload images to Firebase. And finally, we're going to display user avatars throughout the application. Now, believe it or not, we've actually got all of this functionality baked in. We've already done most of the work. All we have to do is add that Rail header and be able to implement the components we've already basically made. So let's go ahead and get started and knock this project out. So let's start by creating a Rail header component. So inside of your components folder, we'll create a new folder called Rail header, railheader.jsx, index.js, do your export. And make sure to export at the component level as well. All right, so let's go ahead and export a const called Rail header. And this particular component is not going to take any props, but what it is going to take is quite a few imports. But luckily, we've already written all of the code that we need. So we're just going to talk about these imports. We're going to need FB from service. We're going to need use chat from context, use resolved from the hooks, use ref and use state from React, the image upload component that we created already. And from the semantic UI library, we're going to need icon, icon group, image, and loader. Now at the very top of our Rail header component here, we have a chat config that we're pulling from use chat. We have the config resolved, which we are using our use resolved hook with chat config to create. An input ref, which we're using, and we're using use ref, and we're initializing this bad boy as null. And finally, we're going to have a chunk of state called image, and we're going to not initialize that variable. We're going to want to create a function called onFileAttach, which is going to take a file, and then it's just going to set the image equal to the file that we attach. Now, the vast majority of this Rail header is going to be template code. So let's go ahead and dig into that stuff. So first, inside of these React fragments, we're going to want to create an input. And it's going to be like the one that we created in the last video, where we're going to end up making this thing hidden. And we can do that with our class name file input. Now remember that this is type file, so go ahead and write that in there. And we're going to create a ref in here and use our input ref that we created above as the ref. Then we're going to make sure that we only accept JPEGs and pings. Let's add an onChange, which takes the event So this const file is equal to e.target optional chain to files, optional chain, we'll grab 0. And so if there is a file out of the list of potential files on this change event, we are going to say if file on file attach file. Now, I guess we don't technically need this function anymore. We could just simply pull this out because that's all it's doing. So I'll just grab that and paste this in here. That's all we're really doing. So that's all we need for this particular input here. So we can go below this and say if, in our curly braces here, if image, then we want to render out an image upload component. And we got to put in all those awesome props that we already know about. We're going to set crop to true this time though. And we're going to override header and say set your avatar. We'll pass in the file, and the image is going to be the file. Now we're going to have a nice big on submit function, but first let's go ahead and throw in this close function, which is going to set image to null. So let's go ahead and set up this on submit function, which is going to take the cropped image, and it's going to do a bunch of stuff related to Firebase. So the first thing it's going to do is it's going to create a reference to the FB storage. We're going to store it in storage ref. Then we're going to create an upload ref. So we have a storage ref and an upload ref, and storage ref is this, but upload ref is going to say storage ref.child, and it's going to be whatever the chat config.user secret is. So that ID underscore avatar.jpg, and that's going to be the file name that we're uploading as. So we'll actually see that visually in the dashboard in just a moment, so don't worry about that too much right now. But for now, what we need to do is we need to focus on how are we going to get this thing uploaded to Firebase. And it's actually pretty simple to upload images to Firebase. We're going to take that upload ref that we just created, and we're going to call the put method on that. We're going to pass in the cropped image that we are getting back from this image upload component. And that's actually a promise. We're going to hook into the then of that. And the function that we're going to pass into then is going to take the upload ref and get the download URL. So once it finishes uploading, we actually need to get the download URL of this so that we can put it into our Firebase document. That itself is also an asynchronous task that is a promise. So it's going to return a URL. So then we're going to take that URL, and then we're going to call firebase.firestore.collection. And the collection that we have is chat users. The doc is going to be that ID, so the chat config.user secret. And we're going to call update. So update. And let me scroll down a little bit, make sure you can see all the code. We're going to call update, and we want to update specifically the avatar. And we want to set the avatar equal to the URL that we get back from this get download URL. And once this update completes, so .then, these are all promises, we can simply set the image to null to effectively reset the image in state. So that should potentially be it for that particular piece of this. But if you remember, there's more to this Rail header than just that particular piece. We also have we want to display the avatar, and we also want to show the username and have a sign out button. So let's just finish knocking out all this Rail header stuff, and then we can worry about all that later. So none of that was actually in the Rail header. This input is hidden, and this image upload component is a separate component, which is like basically just a modal. So none of this is really the Rail header itself. So let's create the div with the class name equal to left Rail header. And in here we'll have an icon, which we've imported from Cement UI. And it's going to have 3 lines in here. We're going to have an onClick, and that onClick is going to be an arrow function that calls fb.auth.signout. And the class name is signout, and the name is signout. And after this icon, we want to put in some curly braces and say if config resolved and also chat config exists, then we want to do some stuff. But if that's not the case, if chat config has yet to load, so colon, we're going to do some other stuff. But I just wanted to paste that in. It's going to be a div with the class name of user loading and that little spinning loader. I figured we could get that out of the way really quick before I implement this, the actual Rail header code. So we have a div, and the class name for this is going to be current user info. We're going to throw an icon group in here, and we need to actually have an onClick event for our icon group. So this onClick is going to create a input from the input ref.current, and if that exists, it's going to essentially reset the value and then call the click on that input. So it's effectively, when you click on this icon group here, it's going to click on our file input that's actually technically hidden. So just remember that. And aside from this onClick, we're going to pass in two other props, class name, which is going to be user avatar, and size, which is going to be equal to large. And what we want to do is inside of this icon group, if you remember, there's really two options for a user's avatar. Either A, we're going to show an image, or B, we're going to show an empty avatar. In this case, we're going to check to see if the chat config contains an avatar URL. If it's an empty string, this will be false. But if it's true, we want to load an image with a capital I, which is a semantic UI image. And the source is going to be the chat config.avatar. And I'm going to throw in this avatar attribute here at the end, just to make sure that it displays kind of like a circle automatically. Another great benefit of using a UI library. And if we don't have an avatar, we are going to do that fancy schmancy thing where we give a div, and the class name will be empty avatar. And inside of this div, we are going to grab the chat config.username, and that is with a capital N. We're going to grab the first letter and we're going to make it uppercase. So let's see what this looks like. Of course, in order to see what it looks like, we actually have to pass this thing into our Rail header component, or I'm sorry, our left rail component. So let's find our left rail. Where are you at? Left rail. And at the very top here, let's throw in our Rail header component. Make sure that the import is correct. So go to the chat list here and just throw Rail header after it. I'm going to throw it on the last import line here. And let's see what we have when I refresh. Okay, so we have some stuff, but it looks like we are missing a couple of important aspects. So let's see what happens when I click this. Hey, the logout works perfectly fine. So I'm going to log back in. And we don't have an avatar yet. So this is what I would expect to see here. But what I would like to see is a little camera icon in the corner here so that it's more obvious that it's like, my avatar and that I can click and edit this thing. Since that's not there, it's not exactly obvious to me that I can click that. So I'm going to go to my icon group here. And at the bottom inside of here, I'm going to paste in this code that I want you to type. And make sure you add this corner attribute, make the name camera, set inverted and set circular. And let's see what that looks like. Now you can see this little camera icon. It's way more obvious that you can actually click on that thing. And finally, one thing that we're kind of missing is the username. Like this is a lot of empty space here. We want to have a username here as well so that we can know which user is logged in. And we are going to want to throw that directly under the icon group. So right here. And it's just a div with a class name of current username. We're throwing the @ symbol there just to show that it is a username. And then in curly braces, we're going to say chatconfig.username. Easy enough. Let's see what that looks like. Cool. So let's see if we can actually successfully upload an avatar now. So I'm going to throw in my little port exe thing here and click upload and see what happens. So let's log and see what might have broken in here. It says Firebase storage, no default bucket found. Did you set the storage bucket property when initializing the app? So guess what? At the beginning of the tutorial series, if you can recall, there wasn't this storage bucket thing in my Firebase config. So what I just did was I ran over to the storage side over here. I loaded it for the first time. And then when I went back to project settings and scrolled down to this config over here, this storage bucket variable existed now. So I need to add this inside of my Vercel env-vars. So in order to do that, we are going to need to do Vercel env add. We're going to click plain text. The name of the variable is going to be in all caps, and it's going to start with React app. It doesn't really have to, but I'm following this convention from the beginning. So React app, and it's going to be storage underscore bucket. Make sure you don't have any typos there. It's really important. And what's the value? Well, I'm going to paste in the value that I've got highlighted right here. Click enter. Press space on all three of those, click enter again, and now that environment variable is added. So I can run Vercel dev. I don't want to do that with caps. Vercel dev, and now my new env var will be there. So I should, in theory, be able to successfully upload this avatar when this server is back up and running in just a second. Okay, so it's back up and running. I'm going to test this out. I'm going to click my little icon, click upload, and it's successfully uploaded here. Now I'm going to go to my storage and let's take a look and see what this looks like. I'm going to reset the size here because it's freaking out. As you can see, we have an ID underscore avatar.jpg, and that is located right here. So it has successfully uploaded it. Now, if we go to our Firestore and I go to my user, which was ZCKAZT, you can see that the avatar is now a URL, which is a URL that if I copy and paste into my browser, you can see it's the image for the avatar for that user. So what happens if I go inside of this chat? Well, you can see that the avatar is here. So we've already in the previous videos already baked in that functionality into our chat avatar component. So as you can see, the avatar is already displaying as we would expect it to. Hey everyone, so first of all, you made it to the end. Congratulations, I'm super proud of you. You worked really hard, you created something really special, and now we're gonna go ahead and get this thing deployed to a production environment so you can show your friends, you can show potential employers, you can put this in your portfolio, you know, whatever you wanna do. Now this is gonna be slightly different from the rest of the videos in this series because I'm not gonna do a presentation in this one. We're just gonna basically dig right in. But before that, please don't forget to smash the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't already, because it helps me out, it helps you out, we all help each other out. Now, in this video, we're gonna be deploying this to Vercel. However, we also wanna make sure that we delete all of the current Git contents of this repository since you know it's associated with the original where you cloned it from. We're gonna delete all of that Git information and we're going to instantiate a new Git repository so that you can push it to your own GitHub. So we're gonna start with that and then we're gonna push this thing to Vercel. So I'm currently in the directory where my React Chat Engine demo project is located. Go ahead and make sure you're in your proper command line interface and you go to that, that directory. And I want you to ls inside of there. Now I want you to notice there is no .git folder here. It's actually there, but you just can't see it. So just to prove it, I'm gonna cd into .git, and you can see when I ls, we're actually inside of there. So I'm gonna get out of there, and I want to completely delete that thing. So if you're in Mac, you're gonna use sudo. I'm not using Mac, I'm using just PowerShell and Windows, so I'm not gonna use sudo, but you're gonna wanna delete this directory. So I'm actually going to delete it here by doing rm-R.git. And this is like, yo, you can't remove this item. You do not have sufficient access rights to perform this operation. I'm just gonna open this up in my Ubuntu kernel here in Windows because I wanna make sure I can zoom in, and the default command line won't let me zoom in. So I'm going to cd all the way into there. Now I'm going to be able to do my sudo rm-R.git. So I'll do ./.git. And now I have to type in my password. I think that might have been it. Let me see if I can cd into it. It doesn't exist. So I did successfully delete it. Now I'm going to minimize this window and go back, and I can verify that it actually was deleted because now I see no more source control information for that in the side here. And I'm going to run git init. And that initialized an empty git repository. If I run back over to my VS Code, you can see now there's like all of these files here. And I can just see that in my git ignore, you know, all of these node modules and all that stuff is already being ignored. The ESLint cache, the VS Code stuff, the Vercel, that's all being ignored. So we don't have to worry about accidentally pushing that to GitHub. So back to my terminal in here, I'm going to do git add dot to stage all of those files. And then I'm going to type in commit, git commit -m. And then in the message, I'm just going to say, we finished, ! And now I've committed all of my changes. Now on your end, if you want to push this to GitHub, you're going to want to go to GitHub and you're going to want to create a new repository in GitHub. And you're going to follow the directions there to link this to that particular repository. And then once you've linked that, you know, it would be like git remote, add origin, whatever. And then you would link it to that remote origin. And then you would do git push origin main or git push origin master. And then you would be done with that. But I'm not going to do that because I already have a repository. That's how you got this boilerplate code in the first place. So I'm going to skip over that step. Okay. So I'm going to assume that you went ahead and did that if you want to push this to GitHub. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and move forward onto deploying this thing to production. So I'm assuming, like I said, you've already pushed this up to GitHub and you have your own repository. If you have, that's great. I am going to use mine. Now, currently it's private. I'm going to go ahead right this second and make it public. Visibility, change visibility, make it public. So now it is officially public. And I'm going to use the master branch here as my branch that I want to push to production. So let's go to Vercel. And you can click over here, import project, if you're on the dashboard. If you're not, then you need to log in. But I'm actually going to click this because I already have the project in Vercel, and you should actually too, because when you linked that project earlier on in the series, it should have automatically created one for you. So you can actually go in here and click that. Then you'll see this button that says connect git repository. Go ahead and click that. Now you need to paste in the repository name. Now in my case, I'm just going to copy this. You might have named it something different. Make sure that you name this correctly. Make sure that you link your GitHub through Vercel. It's going to look a little bit different the first time you're doing this, but it's super easy to set up. I'm not concerned about you having figuring that out. You should be able to pretty easily. So, you know, I'm going to click save here. It says this couldn't be found in your linked GitHub account. Please make sure that it exists. Then I better open up my GitHub app settings really quick. And I have to make sure that I set the repository access. So I'm going to go to select repositories and I'm going to type in React Chatengine demo. And now I'm going to click save. So now it should actually be able to link it. So let's go back, connect git repository. I'll paste that back in and let's click save and see if it works now. Okay, successful. So if I go back here, it says every commit pushed to the main branch will trigger. In my case, I think it is the master branch. So I'm going to have to make sure that this branch name here says master branch. If you are using a main branch, then it should work by default. If you are wanting to push like a prod branch or something like that, then you would want to make sure you set this up custom. But this is exactly how I want it on my end. I'm going to click save. Updated production branch successfully. You can create deploy hooks if you want. In my case, I'm going to skip that. And I'm going to skip this as well. And I think that is pretty much it. So let's go back to overview. And we're going to want to update my production deployment. It says, in order to update your production deployment, push to the master branch. So if I go back here, let's make sure I'm on the master branch in my project. So git checkout master. So I'm in the master branch. Now I have to make a very small change somewhere. Let's just make a change. I'll add a extra line between these two. That's just a big enough change for me to be able to do what I need to do. So git add, git commit, pushing to prod, and git push origin master. Now let's see what happens here. So it pushes the code to master. It was successfully pushed. Now let me go to the GitHub repo and refresh. And you can see this little yellow dot. And it says some checks haven't completed yet. Well, this is new. It's some sort of Vercel connection. If I click details, you can see that it's running a build. It's actually trying to build the application on Vercel's server. And we're going to sit here and wait for this build to finish. So it took about 2 minutes and now it says ready. Okay, interesting. So over here on the left, you can see a screenshot of the app. It actually managed to take a screenshot. On the right, I'm going to click visit and see what we have. So I'll zoom back in. And as you can see, we're actually on the real internet. So let's try to log in and see what happens. And just before I click enter, I want to make sure I have my network tab up. Click log in. Oh, what do you know? This thing is working so far. All right, let's see if this works. In fact, it does work. So as you can see, I am able to select the messages. Let's see if I can send a message. Hey there. That worked. Let's see if I can upload an avatar. Just go to the desktop. Click upload. The avatar was updated. Let's see if I can send an image. Here, let's I'll send the same image, I guess. Successful there. So creating chats, searching for users. Nice, it all works. So now we have a fully production ready, well, not fully production ready because we have the private key as a plain text envar, which we don't want. But for the most part, this thing is production ready. There's a couple of things that you can actually go in and improve yourself, which I'd highly recommend, especially if you're still trying to continue your learning. And if you want to separate your project from everyone else's project, since there's probably going to be a lot of people doing this same project, you can go in and make some changes on your own to figure out what you should do to make yours a little bit more personalized and all that good stuff. But here we have a production app literally on the internet that you can show other people. All right, everyone, so you have a fully working chat application in the cloud that you can share with your friends and with potential employers. You can put it on your portfolio. You can do whatever you want with it. And I'm really proud of you. Good job for making it this far. Please don't forget to throw me a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you all in the next tutorial series.